Majestic. All right,
Monsieur
MGS3.
Miller!
It's time for the big crowd pleaser. Let's do it.
Monsieur Miller!
I think I'll skip the intro here, and because you'll be seeing it later. Yeah, I'm gonna blue ball everyone on the intro. Because it would spoil it. It would spoil it. You're gonna get the intro for real after the virtuous mission.
Bastard!
You don't need to see it twice. We need a proper build-up. Right? If I was playing on new game without any save files, we wouldn't get any intro. Time out the intro. Maybe I'm wrong, actually, with that. I thought in the original version of the game, you didn't get the intro until you had a completed file. Or until you at least had a save file. Either way, it's gonna spoil the intro. We need a build-up. There's some cool shit you can do here on this main menu if you didn't know. You can speed up the animation. You can slow down the animation. Speed up with R1, slow down with R2. What am I doing there? I'm changing something there. That's with L2 and L1. Am I zooming in there? I think I'm zooming in with L1. Zooming in, zooming out. With L3, if you click L3, you can change the camo pattern of the menu. You can change the colors with R3. The pattern will stay the same, but the color will change. Pretty neat, some of the stuff you can do here. With triangle, you can get rid of the background. Pretty cool just to have the two characters here, still with the camo. Now I can change the camo without the background, which looks pretty cool too. Spider camo. Pretty neat. Oh yeah, now with L2, we can just have one color on the background. That looks really nice. Okay, I think I've had my fun. But yeah, pretty cool. I also find it unnecessary to play the intro at the start since you get so fast to the part where it plays in game. It's not this time though. We're actually going to have a pretty significant build up to that intro. We're not going to be flying through the virtuous mission. We're going to be taking our time. The virtuous mission is probably going to take us like 3 hours or so. I'll load up a file.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
Pakistan, altitude 30,000 feet.
Approaching Soviet airspace.
20 minutes to drop off.
Commencing internal depressurization. Equipment check. Arm main parachute.
All right. You ready to go?
Drop zone still showing a high pressure mass. Cav okay.
Good. We've got high visibility.
Put out that cigar. Connecting oxygen hose to interior connector. Put on your mask. Does this panty waste know what he's doing?
Approaching release point.
10 minutes to drop off.
Hey, are you deaf?
He said put out the cigar and put on your mask.
Depressurization complete.
Checking oxygen supply.
6 minutes to drop off. Opening rear hatch.
Sunrise.
External temperature minus 46 degrees Celsius. 2 minutes to drop off. Stand up.
You'll be falling at 130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill.
1 minute to drop off. Move to the rear.
Activate bailout model.
This is one for the history books. The world's first halo jump.
10 seconds to drop off. Stand by. Status okay. All green.
Prepare for drop-off. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spread your wings
And fly. God be with you.
Jack, I've got some important news. The head of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the Virtuous mission.
Virtual mission?
No, the Virtuous mission. The future of our Fox unit depends on it. If it succeeds, we'll be officially organized into a unit.
Virtuous mission? Sounds like some kind of initiation ritual.
You know, don't get cocky. This isn't a training op.
Right. So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well, about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB-754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities, and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Sokolov? Isn't he that famous rocket scientist?
The very same. On April the 12th, 1961, the Soviets achieved the first manned spaceflight in history.
The Earth was blue, but there was no God.
Well spoken. The rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin into orbit was the A-1, known as the Vostok rocket. Sokolov is said to be the man most responsible for the multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development to become the head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician to head of a design bureau, that's quite a success story, so why'd he want to defect?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Afraid?
Call it a crisis of conscience.
And for that, he left his country and his family behind and went over the fence?
Not exactly. One of his conditions was that his family was also to be taken safely to the west. We used a mole to get the family out first and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security on the eastern side was still full of holes back then. Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital in West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent. And it was only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The President demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles. At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations were conducted through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba, and so the world avoided a nuclear holocaust. But in order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete, and we were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no idea. We were running out of time. It was either give up Sokolov or risk full-scale nuclear war. In the end, we had no choice. President Kennedy gave in to Khrushchev's demand. The next day, I got Sokolov out of the hospital, handing him over to agents on the eastern side. Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my sight. Then a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back to the research facility and forced to continue working on the weapon in question under KGB supervision. What's more, it's on the verge of completion.
So what kind of weapon is it? Something to do with space rockets?
No, missiles.
Same technology.
I guess you're right. We don't know the details, but it appears to be a new kind of nuclear device. For half a year now, the Soviets have been conducting frequent nuclear tests at Semipalatinsk.
Something to do with the weapon, I assume.
We're talking about a secret weapon so big that Khrushchev was ready to pull out of Cuba to get it back.
Is Sokolov still in the facility?
No, according to our intelligence, he's in Selinoyarsk, a place in the mountains about 3 miles to the west that's known as the Virgin Cliffs.
The Virgin Cliffs. Nice name for a virtuous mission.
They moved him there just recently.
Why?
Apparently, they're conducting a field test of the weapon, but it's our best chance to get him back. This mission would never have been possible if he was still in the research facility. This is our last chance. Sokolov must have known that too when he contacted us.
Listen up, Jack. Your mission is to infiltrate Selino Yask in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the West. If we don't get Sokolov back before that weapon is complete, we'll be facing a major crisis. The clock is ticking. Once we've confirmed the rescue of Sokolov, stand by at the recovery point. A recovery balloon will be dropped at that point. Helium will be pumped into the balloon to inflate it. The process takes about 20 minutes. Once it's complete, the gunship's arm will latch onto the balloon and pull it up.
The Fulton surface-to-air recovery system. I'm familiar with the theory.
Take it easy. It's been combat-proven.
Do you think Sokolov is up to it?
The shock will be less than during a parachute jump, and the arm can handle up to 500 pounds.
So you're planning on going over the border in a single combat talent?
She's equipped with two 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, as well as two 40mm machine guns.
Sounds like she could hold her own against a battalion of tanks.
Even with the fuel in the reserve tank, we're facing a 4-hour time limit. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Home in time for dinner.
But if anything goes wrong,
You'll be eating dinner, breakfast,
and all the rest of your meals in the jungle. Do you copy? You're already in enemy territory, and somebody might be listening in. From here on out, we'll be using code names to refer to each other. Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. You're not to mention your real name.
Snake?
Oh, you don't like snakes?
What do you mean?
You've eaten one before, haven't you?
In survival training.
I'm glad to hear that.
I don't know if I'd ever order one in a restaurant, but...
Be careful, you might not have a choice.
What about you, Major? What should I call you?
Let's see. I'll be Tom. Call me Major Tom. This will be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
Great. Now I see why you asked me if I like snakes. I suppose calling me Snake was your idea of a joke, too.
No. There's a good reason for that. I'll tell you later when the time is right.
Gotcha. Getting back to the subject, how exactly am I supposed to feed myself?
You've been issued a knife and a tranquilizer gun. Use them to hunt for food. You'll also find some medical supplies in your backpack.
Yeah, about the backpack. I lost it in a tree on the way down.
I see. Well, you'd better go back and get it then. You know where it is?
No problem. I can see it from here. It's stuck on a branch.
To climb a tree, stand in front of a tree that's covered in ivy and press the action button. I'll be monitoring your progress over the radio. We can't risk violating Soviet airspace, but I'll be in the gunship. My frequency is 140.85. I'll give you a call if I need to talk to you. If you need to talk to me, use the send function. Okay, Snake, go get your backpack.
All right. We're back. How's it going, everyone? Let me just make sure I'm up to date with thanking everyone here. I still need to play MGS3 on the 3DS. I think DRK played it for the first time recently, didn't he? In the last marathon that he did. I should watch that at some point. Miss Love, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Wannabeck, thank you very much for the 116. Wait, Wannabeck, I already thanked you. Thank you again. I think I just have Miss Love to thank here. Miss Love, thank you. Oh, here we are, MGS3. For the first time, we move away from indoor environments. From those claustrophobic, steely hallways. Into the open jungle. Let's take a look around. We got some food. Oh, I thought I'd be able to punch that from here. No? Can you not punch in a crouched state here? Oh, you can't. Okay, let's go get that backpack. Actually, before we do that, what if we try and leave the area? What if we don't want to get the backpack? The exit is right here. No. They're not going to let us do that.
Snake, where do you think you're going? You can't expect to proceed with the mission without any weapons or equipment. First, you'll need to recover your backpack. It's caught on a tree to the south. Press the action button to climb the tree and retrieve your backpack. Is that clear?
If I try again... Yeah, the game will just force me back. We do need the backpack. Major, I forgot how to climb a tree. Can you tell me again?
Snake, your backpack is stuck on a tree branch, right? Climb the tree and get it back. You can climb any ivy-covered tree by standing in front of the ivy and pressing the action button.
Okay, I'll give it a try. But now what do I do?
Snake, did you climb that tree?
Yes.
Good. So the backpack?
Not yet.
Not yet? Don't tell me you went up the tree just to take in the view. Well, I must admit that's not a bad idea. Climbing a tree does give you a wider range of view. You can use it for scouting. But what you need to do now is retrieve your backpack. Understood?
Yeah.
The backpack is on the branch pointing east on that tree, right? Walk along the branch and get it. Be careful not to fall. You should be able to grab your backpack if you hang from the branch by pressing the action button.
Some people were pointing out the fact that you have the Fox logo on the parachute that Snake uses, even though we're not supposed to be leaving any trace that we're here. Maybe that's a test for Skullface. You know, maybe Zero has set it up so that's going to be Skullface's first mission. clean up this parachute. Get rid of this. Maybe we'll see that in Delta. They better put Skullface lurking in the bushes somewhere. I'll be disappointed. Major, what were you saying? How do I do this again?
You should be able to grab your backpack if you hang from the branch by pressing the action button.
There should be a whole mini game with Skullface. You should be able to catch Skullface like you do at the end. You know, if you go back to a certain area at a certain time, you'll just see him out in the open. And he goes running away from you. Hold up Skullface 3 times over the course of one playthrough and get rewarded with the Skullface camo. Catch Skullface. Deliberately leave shit behind for Skullface to clean up. And then go back and catch him cleaning up your shit. Hold him up, get his camo. That'd be so good. All right. Let's grab the bag.
I see you've retrieved your backpack, Snake. To equip a weapon, it's necessary to take it out of your backpack. In the survival viewer, choose Weapon from the backpack. Your available weapons will be displayed in a window in the upper left. From that list, choose the weapon you want to equip and press the Enter button. For other equipped items, just do the same thing from Item.
Got it. Use the survival viewer backpack.
Yep, that's right. Survival is fundamental to this mission. After you've been out in the field for a while, your stamina will start to drop. If your stamina gets too low, it'll affect your performance. You won't be able to shoot accurately, for example, and your wounds won't heal as smoothly. Keep an eye on your stamina so you don't run out. To recover lost stamina, you can hunt for local flora and fauna. You can use either your tranquilizer gun or your knife to hunt.
My only weapon is a Mark 22 Hush Puppy tranquilizer gun?
That's right. It's been fitted with its own suppressor. However, the suppressor will deteriorate every time you fire. Once its durability reaches 0, the noise suppression effect will be gone. So don't get too trigger happy with it. The suppressor's durability is shown in the icon. Any weapons and equipment beyond what you're carrying now, you'll have to find as you go.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment? Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
Solo covert actions are standard Fox operating procedure. You can't leave any traces of your presence. No weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, or bodily waste. The same goes for bullets and cartridges, too. Your presence in enemy territory is already a violation of international conventions of warfare. There aren't supposed to be any American soldiers in Russia. It could spark an international incident. You can't let anyone see you. You can't let the enemy know you're there. This is a stealth mission. You're a ghost, Snake, in every sense of the word. And there'll be no rescue if you're captured. The military and US government will deny any involvement in the affair.
Then I'll just have to take care of myself, huh?
I'm afraid so. You've been given a fake death pill for that purpose. SIS guidelines stipulate that soldiers on covert ops like this one be issued a potassium cyanide capsule. Tape it to your body so you can take it when you need to.
How generous of you.
Use it if you're taken prisoner by the enemy. It'll send you into a state of false death for a short time.
Fooling them into thinking that I'm really dead. So, how do I come back to life?
Just take the revival pill.
You mean that thing they put in my tooth before the mission?
That's the one. But be careful. If you remain in a state of false death for too long, nothing will be able to bring you back. Remember that.
I'll keep it in mind. You said this was a solo mission, right?
Right.
I guess that means I can't count on any reinforcements.
Correct. The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army.
Relax. There's a support team ready to back you up over the radio.
Who?
I'll introduce them to you. This time, survival is of utmost importance. The first member of the support team will be in charge of monitoring your physical condition acting as a medic, so to speak, as well as recording your mission data. She's a member of Fox as well, and she's here on the gunship with me.
She?
Hello, Snake. I'm paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic.
As in a medic who comes in by parachute.
Aren't you going to tell me your real name?
Are you going to tell me yours, Mr. Snake?
My name, huh? It's John Doe.
And they call you Jack for short. You're a regular Captain Nemo.
A name means nothing on the battlefield. After a week, no one has a name. What's your name?
Jane Doe.
Very funny.
I wasn't joking, but I'll tell you my name only if you manage to make it back alive. My frequency is 145.73.
She's also in charge of recording your mission data. Whenever you want to save, send a message over the reserved save frequency, 140.96.
So saving lets me record my mission data.
That's right. It also records the state of your health.
Good to know.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake.
Huh?
Speaking of snakes, you remember the boss, don't you? A legendary soldier and your mentor. Actually, it was the boss that got the DCI's authorization in the first place. She's going to be serving as Fox's mission advisor.
Boss is?
She also helped me plan this mission. She and I were at SAS together.
Jack, is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
That's right. It's me.
Oh.
Talk to me. Let me hear your voice.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
You've lost weight.
You can tell just by the sound of my voice.
Of course I can. I know all about you.
Really? Well, I don't know anything about you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top secret mission.
Hmm.
You didn't need me anymore.
But there were still so many things I wanted you to teach me.
No, I taught you everything you needed to know about fighting techniques. I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
How to think like a soldier? I can't teach you that. A soldier needs to be strong in spirit, body, and technique. And the only thing you can learn from someone else is technique. In fact, technique doesn't even matter. What's most important is spirit. Spirit and body are like two sides of a single coin. They're the same thing. I can't teach you how to think. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
Is that why you abandoned me?
No, it had nothing to do with you. I already told you, Jack. I was on a top secret mission. A soldier has to follow whatever orders he's given. It's not his place to question why. But you're looking for a reason to fight. You're a natural-born fighter, but you're not quite a soldier. A soldier is a political tool, nothing more. That's doubly true if he's a career soldier. Right and wrong have no place in his mission. He has no enemies and no friends. Only the mission. You follow the orders you're given. That's what being a soldier is.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
That's not the same thing. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just another man with a gun. There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country.
I follow the president and the top brass. I'm ready to die for them if necessary.
The president and the top brass won't be there forever. Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I follow the will of the leader, no matter who's in charge.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times. People's values change over time, and so do the leaders of a country. So there's no such thing as an enemy in absolute terms. The enemies we fight are only enemies in relative terms, constantly changing with the times. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me Snake.
Snake. Oh, right. Your code name is Snake. It suits you well.
That's right. The legendary unit that the boss put together during World War II was a snake. The Cobra unit, a group of heroes that brought the war to an end and saved the world. As long as you've got a legendary hero backing you up, you'll be fine. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah, I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have with me. Oh, and one more thing, boss.
Yes?
It's good to hear your voice again.
Same here. After all, who knows if either of us will make it out alive? Snake, you are always best at urban warfare and infiltrating buildings. But this is the jungle. Survival is going to be key. Those CQC techniques I taught you are sure to come in handy.
CQC? Close quarters combat, huh? I've been in Green Berets for the past few years. I'm probably pretty rusty.
Not to worry. I'll be here to help you remember. After all, this is your first actual survival mission. I'll be supporting you over the radio.
Where are you, boss? Next to the Major?
The boss is communicating with us by radio from aboard a Permit-class submarine in the Arctic Ocean.
My frequency is 141.80. Call me if you need my advice on battle techniques.
Gotcha.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov. Dr. Sokolov is being held in an abandoned factory located to the north of your current position. Avoid heavy combat and don't let anyone see you. Don't forget that this is a stealth mission.
Snake, try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
All right, we're back. Oh, I just noticed. Anonymous with the $5 tip. Hunt down the end and smoke his butt newt. I'm unfamiliar with what you mean by newt. Is that supposed to be an emote? Am I out of touch with some new language? Am I misunderstanding? Anonymous, thank you very much. I will just set up these donations now. I completely forgot. We usually do a little donation war for the end as well, and how we dispose of the end. There are multiple ways of killing the end in this game. You can fight him normally. You can let him die of old age. Or you can snipe him early before you even get to the fight with the end. Hold on 1 second. Actually, hold on. While I'm setting up these donations, or setting up the donation message, I will play a healing radio theme. I think you can play them this early. I don't think I've ever played one this early. There are certain frequencies you can call in this game that will heal you, that will restore stamina. But they also play music as well, unique tracks that you can only hear in these calls. Hold on a second. Look at Snake's mouth. Is he singing the music? Is it all coming out of his mouth? It's kind of going with the rhythm, isn't it? Yeah, he's moving with the drums. That's pretty good. All right, cut the music. But yeah, now that we've done that first healing radio, you can see that we have this new option now on our radio screen. And there are a few other ones that we can do, a good few other ones. And yeah, they'll always restore your stamina. I don't think they restore... Do they restore all of your stamina or 50%? I can't remember. Okay. Anonymous, again, thank you very much for the $5. I just added that there, put that up on the screen. And yeah, if anyone feels like donating, make sure you stick a message on at the end for how you want the end to be disposed of. I think he'll do that with the other songs as well. Yeah. We'll test out another one later on. Okay, so we get introduced to Paramedic, the boss. We have a lot of optional calls to go through here on the Virtuous mission. The Virtuous mission is a bit of a pain in the balls. You have a lot of tutorial calls and stuff to sift through to get to the good stuff with Zero, which can take a bit of time. But yeah, it's also kind of hard to space it out. There are loads of optional calls, but not that much. There's not that much gameplay to spread it out. But yeah, we'll try and pace it out as best we can.
Saving the game, Snake?
Ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-do.
Hey, Snake, you ever heard of Godzilla King of Monsters?
No, what is it?
It's a movie. You haven't seen it?
Nope.
It's about this monster called Godzilla, who grows to an enormous size in a nuclear test and goes on a rampage in Tokyo.
Nuclear test, huh? Then the Marshall Islands must be crawling with giant monsters right about now.
It's just make-believe.
Maybe that's why my pants have been so tight lately.
Snake, it's a movie, not a report out of Los Alamos.
I know. So then what happened?
Godzilla is immune to all weapons, and humanity has no way to stop the monster. Dr. Shirazawa develops a new type of weapon, but meanwhile, Godzilla is getting closer and closer to Tokyo, obliterating everything in its path. It was originally a Japanese movie, but they made an American version, too. I recommend seeing the original Japanese one if you ever get the chance. It's mostly mindless fun, but it's also got a serious anti-nuke message as well.
Where can I see the original?
You'll just have to go to Japan.
Really? That's too bad.
Well, if you wait 40 years, you might be able to see it in America, too.
Why's that?
2004 will be Godzilla's 50th birthday.
You think they're still going to be making Godzilla movies then?
Of course! Everybody loves Godzilla.
You sure know a lot about movies.
I don't suppose you're the movie-watching type, are you?
Not really.
Okay, then I'll tell you everything I know. When the going gets tough, movies can save your life. It's always good to be able to look at things from a different perspective when you get in a jam. That's the magic of movies.
No kidding. Well, I guess it might at least make a nice distraction.
That's the spirit, Snake. Have a little fun.
So there we go. Our first save call. Setting the stage for what these save calls are going to be. Lots of movie talk. Paramedic, every time we save, Paramedic will have a new movie to talk about. Fitting that the first one is Godzilla. Hugely influential on Kojima. The game repeatedly talks about The Great Escape outside of save calls. The Great Escape has very special significance. It was the film that inspired the creation of the series to begin with, the original Metal Gear. When Kojima was working on the original Metal Gear, he wanted to recreate the feeling that he had watching The Great Escape. Those, the tension of these prisoners trying to escape this base. That's where the idea of the prisoners came in that game. You know how you have to save prisoners in Outer Heaven? That all comes from The Great Escape. Initially, you were going to be playing as a prisoner trying to escape. But that idea changed, and then you were playing as Snake going into this facility to rescue prisoners. But yeah, hugely influential film, and that's why I think The Great Escape gets gets very special treatment in this game. How it comes back again and again, and how they tie it in with Zero's code name and everything. The final line of that call with Paramedic just now as well. That's the spirit, Snake. Have a little fun. This is something that comes back in MGS3 as a lot. This kind of dialogue, you'll hear it again in different ways. Just lighten up. Just take it easy. Don't get too absorbed into your mission. Just have some fun. This was a big reaction to MGS2. You know, that MGS2 had a big backlash initially. And MGS3 was aiming to be more of a crowd pleaser. After the negative reaction to Raiden as a character. MGS3 tells you to just fucking take it easy and have a bit of fun. It gets serious too, but, you know, a lot of comedy, a lot of humor, a lot of just fun and games in MGS3. So much of what we see here in these optional calls are played for laughs, you know, a lot of humor with Paramedic and Sigint. That's the spirit. Have some fun. Let me see here. What do we do next? Let's go through some of Zero's calls.
Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north, so head in that direction. Snake, intelligence indicates that that area is outside the enemy's cordon. So you shouldn't have any unexpected encounters with enemy patrols. I think it will be a good idea to take this time to get accustomed to using your camouflage, hunting for food, and navigating the survival viewer. If you have any questions about...
Yeah.
Snake, remember that this operation is a solo sneaking mission. We'll be providing you with support over the radio, but out in the field, you're on your own. There's no backup. And there's no way you'll survive a battle with a large enemy contingent. Avoid engagement whenever possible. Your highest priority in this mission is staying out of sight. Snake, did you find food?
Yeah,
You sound happy.
I am.
Do you know how to eat it? Then let me explain. To eat food, press the start button to enter the survival viewer, then select food. Select the food you want to eat and press the enter button. Select eat and you will eat the selected food. When you eat, you will recover your stamina, but the extent of recovery depends on what you eat. When your stamina is down only slightly, you should save your tastier morsels for later. But don't leave food for too long or it'll rot. This is where a little planning ahead goes a long way.
Besides eating food, you can throw it at enemies to confuse them. So remember, food is not just for eating. Be creative.
All right, well, we try and eat some food. Spacer Timo. That is the same Zero, yes. Articulated python, a large snake characterized by a mesh pattern. Not eaten yet. Taste unknown. Oh, we didn't get the video for it. Huh. I didn't need to eat it. I just thought I would anyway. I think we can get a call about eating the food with Zero now if we call back. We might not be able to get it actually until we like need to eat, but let's see.
If you have any questions about camouflage or CQ, Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north. You ate some food?
Yes,
You aren't expecting food to recover life, are you?
of course not. Food alone doesn't heal wounds. Food only recovers stamina.
Good.
Why do you ask?
I once had a guy who thought that eating canned food would recover his life.
What was he, some kind of idiot?
Of sorts, yes. But in the 21st century, they'll probably come up with something that does just that.
Damn, who would do that? Almost sounds like someone eating a ration to recover their life. In one of those other MGS games, perhaps. In the 21st century.
Snake, when your stamina gets low, it negatively affects your physical abilities. You've got to replenish your stamina before it runs out.
The gauge below your life gauge is your stamina gauge. It shows, as the name suggests, your remaining stamina. As you consume stamina, your natural life regeneration is slowed and your hands shake more. Your O2 gauge and grip gauge also become shorter. Excessively low stamina can often impede your mission objectives. Make sure you replenish stamina before that occurs. Eat food to recover stamina. Capture plants and animals.
Yeah.
Your actions can lower your stamina. The more demanding the activity, the more stamina consumed.
Exactly. Walking slowly will conserve stamina, while actions like rolling, crawling, and stalking consume large amounts of it. Try your best to avoid unnecessary actions in order to conserve stamina.
Snake, use the survival viewer to pick your camouflage, treat wounds, and eat food. Ask the boss or paramedic about the details. The boss is...
Major,
What is it?
it's about your code name.
Major Tom?
Yeah, where'd you get that name?
From a tunnel.
A tunnel?
That's right. Snake, have you seen the movie The Great Escape?
No.
It's a movie about a determined group of Allied POWs trapped in a German POW camp who plan an escape. The POWs dig 3 tunnels for their escape. They named them Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I see. So Tom was an escape tunnel. Did they make it?
Out of the camp? Of course. One of the tunnels was even discovered before it was finished, but eventually they do make it out.
I get it now. So Tom was the tunnel they used to escape.
Yes, that's right.
What is it?
Well, actually, I'm not sure if I remember correctly.
Major.
Oh, it's all right. It's Tom, Snake. Tom is the escape tunnel. Yes, no question about it.
Yes. All right.
Snake, in order to carry out the mission without being spotted, you must learn to detect an approaching enemy well ahead of time. Press the first-person view button and use the first-person view to constantly check your...
Yeah.
You can use an equipped weapon during first-person view. This is called a first-person view attack. When using first-person view attack, you can direct your line of fire
I
up,
think this might
down,
lead to
left,
something else.
or right.
The first-person view attack is a fundamental part of gunfighting. It allows you to aim in directions impossible to hit with the overhead view, like shooting enemies that are above or below you. It also makes it possible to aim for your enemy's weak points. When you need to take an enemy out in one shot, use a first-person view attack and aim for the head.
Okay. Even though some of these are just standard tutorials, I kind of want to listen to them again, or at least some of them. Because sometimes you'll have tutorial calls in this that will then kind of segue into something a little bit sillier or, you know, something else.
Snake, making it harder for the enemy to spot you.
Yeah.
Snake, be careful. The way to change between standing, crouching, and crawling has changed slightly from the methods learned in training. When standing, press the crawl button briefly to crouch, and press and hold to take a crawling position. Since by crouching you take a lower position, it has a higher camo index than standing. And the added stability of crouching lessens the effect of gun recoil. If you try shooting while crouching, you'll notice your shots will bunch together more consistently than when standing. Press the crawl button while crouching to stand up, and move the left stick to crawl in a direction. When crawling, your camo index becomes extremely high, and your firing of guns becomes even more stable than while crouching. You can move the left stick while on your stomach to crawl in a particular direction. When you are crawling, use small movements of the left stick to crawl silently at the expense of speed. However, be warned that crawling consumes more stamina than simply walking. Press and hold the crawl button while in crawl position to stand up. Press the crawl button.
Oh, shut up! He was almost at the end there anyway. I never really paid attention to that there. The way he described your previous training, very much in line with the Colonel's tutorial dialogue at the start of the plant. When he says, unlike in VR training, when he's trying to teach you new things and actions that you couldn't do in the previous MGS game, he says, unlike in VR training, you can now shoot in first person. You can now do this and that. And Zero's dialogue there at the start of the call was very similar. When he was trying to teach us there about our basic crawling actions and stuff. He says, things have changed since your training. So I think, again, that's another little nod to the previous MGS games. It makes me think of the whole exchange in the opening scene as well, you know, when Snake says virtual mission and he gets corrected. No, virtuous mission. In the design documents for this game as well, they, in shorthand, they wrote the virtuous mission as VR mission. And in one of Kojima's commentaries for the game, he spoke about how the opening virtuous mission is in essence a kind of VR mission in that it teaches the player how to play the game. It's like maybe you could describe it as like a vertical slice or something in another way. That it's this, you know, it's a little test for the game, introducing you to the basics before you tackle the meat of the game, the bulk of the game, which is Operation Snake Eater. So just kind of interesting that the developers were thinking about it as even if it's not literally a VR mission, in some sense they are kind of thinking about it like a VR mission. As this little test for the player that introduces all the fundamental mechanics and what have you. Did they make new tutorial dialogue for the 3DS controls? I would imagine they did. Yeah, some of the tutorial calls here as well were re-recorded for the HD collection. You'll notice, you know, his voice will change fairly significantly sometimes. I guess it's not as noticeable as the Colonel in 2.
Snake, in order to maintain your stamina, you'll have to feed yourself. The idea behind this mission is procure on site. This goes for food as well.
Procure on site?
That's right.
But don't you think I should have at least brought a few rations?
Americans have a terrible habit of taking everything with them. Nowadays, nobody can get anything done without a lot of fancy equipment. It wasn't like that in SAS, I'll tell you that. And with Fox, we're running things my way.
Roger that, sir.
You're not convinced, are you? Well, think of it this way. The stuff you'll find out there tastes a lot better than army rations anyway.
I hope you're right.
You'll be procuring food by capturing local plants and animals. Paramedic has information on the flora and fauna available in the mission area. Ask her if you have any questions about the plants and animals you find. Paramedic's frequency is 145.73.
Anthony, where have we been? It's been a while. I've been streaming all the time on my own channel. Yeah, DRK had a bit of a break, but he was pretty busy before his last break. He was doing a big marathon. But it has been a long time since both of us have done a marathon like this together. But yeah, I've been busy on my own channel.
Listen up, Snake. Keep in mind that this operation is strictly covert. Engagements should be avoided. If you must dispose of an enemy, do it with the tranquilizer gun.
Yup. Sweet dreams, Boy Scout.
That's right. And by the time he wakes up, you and Sokolov will be safely out of the country.
Sipping hot coffee on a plane back home.
What did you say?
Hmm?
What did you say?
Sipping hot coffee on a...
You're gonna drink that foul mud? On the victory flight home?
Okay, then. What would you drink?
Tea, of course.
There it is. Spray Paint Affiliate donated $5. Fight. Dog versus the End. Well, it will be DRK versus the End. DRK will probably be taken over after the Virtuous mission or thereabouts. But I will add that. Thank you very much, Spray Paint Affiliate. Cheers.
Snake, the fake death and revival pills we gave you are the latest in internal medicines developed for intelligence ops by the CIA's technology division. You can use the fake death pill to send yourself into a death-like state for a limited period of time. Use it wisely, and you should be able to fool the enemy into thinking you're really dead. It may come in handy if you ever find yourself cornered. To revive yourself from the fake death state, use the revival pill. But remember, timing is critical. The effect will be ruined if you revive right in front of your enemy.
Interesting. But how does it work?
What do you mean?
I don't feel right taking some pill I don't know anything about. How does it make me look dead? How's it gonna affect my body?
Well, Snake, about that...
I get it. I should ask Paramedic. Paramedic.
Allow me to explain. You know how there are animals in nature that play dead, like weevils, ladybugs, chickadees, possums, and the like? Well, the fake death pill takes the natural art of playing dead and applies it to the spy world. When you take the fake death pill, it causes your body to rapidly secrete a number of chemicals. Adenosine and serotonin, as well as opioid peptides, such as methionine and kephalin. Those chemicals act to induce a state of hibernation, causing your heart rate, your breathing rate, and your body temperature to drop dramatically. It'll truly look like you've dropped dead upon initial inspection. The revival pill, to put it simply, is a counteracting agent to the fake death pill. When you take it, it causes your body to secrete stimulants
Such
like
long-winded
noradrenaline and other chemicals
babble.
such as naloxone, which block the effects of the fake death pill. Basically, it wakes you up. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try and explain it in more detail. The secretion of methionine and kephalin triggered by the fake death pill causes the opioid receptors.
Oh, okay. I think I get it now.
You sure?
Yeah.
But you must want to know a little bit more. There are 3 types of receptors: delta, kappa, and mu. Methionine and kephalin acts on the...
Paramedic, I think Snake understands now. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah. Clear as crystal.
But...
Major, I've got enough info about the pills, so I'm gonna get back to the mission now.
Yes, you do that.
Hey, wait a...
Some of these calls in 3 also make me wonder if it's in part a response to MGS2. There was a lot of complaints about just all the codec interruptions into loads of mandatory calls. In MGS3, most of the calls are optional. You don't get interrupted with calls nearly as much. It's more focused on cutscenes. But it'll happen a couple of times in this where Snake will be, he'll start falling asleep while someone is rambling off about all this technical detail. Anything else here, Zero?
The battery recharges automatically when not in use. When you want to recharge the battery, unequip all electronic devices and give it some time. The higher your stamina gauge, the faster your battery recharges. If you want it to recharge faster, eat food, and recover your stamina. Also, if you run, roll, or do other dramatic actions, the battery will recharge faster.
Wait a second.
What is it?
The higher my stamina, the faster my battery recharges?
That's what I said.
But what does my stamina have to do with the battery?
Oh, yes, I see what you're getting at. Let's have Paramedic explain that. Paramedic?
Yes, sir.
After the
It's
last
because
time?
Snake's battery uses bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity is electricity emitted from cells. When the cells of living things are stimulated, sodium and potassium ions move rapidly through the cell membrane's ion channel, creating a difference in electric potential. The battery uses that energy to recharge. So unless your cells have plenty of nutrients, the recharge won't work well.
Amazing the kind of machines that are available now.
But this machine has not been made public. It was designed by a scientist at the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology.
What kind of person was he?
The person who designed it?
Yeah,
I heard he was pretty strange.
stranger than the Major?
There's nothing strange about the Major.
My tea's gone. Who drank it? How am I supposed to have tea time without tea?
Well, not too strange, at least.
Hey, my scone's gone too.
I love how high pitched he gets. Hey, my scone's gone too. The fearsome ruler of the Patriots, everybody. Dave, how's it going? Good to see you. A little nod to nanomachines, of course, there. What kind of machine was this? The kind of precursor to nanomachines. It feels like they're talking about with this technology.
Snake, what do you do when you get a new weapon or item?
I put it in my backpack first.
But you know that you can't equip items that are still in your backpack, right?
Yeah, the only things that can be equipped with the weapon and item window buttons are items on my person.
Correct. If you want to equip an item, first you have to remove it from your backpack.
To place a weapon
See you
on
later,
your
Zip.
person, go to the survival viewer, then backpack, then select weapon. A list of weapons will be shown in a window.
I
in the
don't think
upper
this
left.
leads to anything all that interesting.
Select
I
the
just want to
weapon
make
you wish
sure.
to put on your person with the left stick and press the enter button to remove the weapon from your backpack and equip it to your person. However, you can only carry so many weapons at once on your person. Put unnecessary weapons back into your backpack. Select a weapon on your person from the weapon list and press the
Yeah.
Major, what kind of place is this secret design bureau that Sokolov is heading?
The Soviets have a number of secret design bureaus like this one, each engaged in cutting-edge research. OKB-1, the bureau where the Voskhod spacecraft was developed and which plays a leading role in the Soviet space program, is one of those installations. Most of them are located in secret cities, built in isolated areas, and we don't even know their exact locations, much less the nature of their research. And Sokolov's OKB-754 is the most secret bureau of them all. The intelligence communities of the West have tried time and again to find out what they're working on, but they've failed consistently.
So you have absolutely no idea what Sokolov is developing?
We've got nothing.
Then how did you get the information for this mission? It can't have been from Sokolov.
From the boss.
The boss?
That's right. She has her own intelligence channels, which she cultivated during the last war. She shared what she learned with us. But we were able to get the green light for this mission at all as thanks to her pull with the powers that be at the CIA. In other words, this mission would never have come together without the boss's help in a number of respects.
Okay, will we move on to the second area? Let's do it. First, I'm going to go back. I just want to grab a snake back here. Snake? Snake? What? Is there something wrong with my control? Weird, okay. Guess I'll grab some mushrooms.
I see you caught yourself a reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the world. The biggest ones can grow up to 10 meters in length. Although they're not poisonous, they're still very dangerous, so be careful around them. They have a highly ferocious temperament, and they can swallow whole, even large animals like deer and pigs. Their most distinguishing feature is the mesh pattern of their scales. This pattern acts as a highly effective natural camouflage. If you think there might be a reticulated python about, pay close attention to your surroundings. Otherwise, you could get bitten before you even know it's there. You've eaten one, haven't you?
Yeah, it wasn't half bad.
Cannibal.
What was that?
Nothing. Talk to you later.
One really cool thing about the food calls in this game, you'll get variations on the call depending on whether you've eaten the food or not. The way Paramedic commented, hey, you've eaten this, haven't you? And then Snake replies and she comments on it. You know, sometimes Snake will report how it tasted. You know, if I didn't eat the reticulated python before doing that call, it would have been a slightly different. You wouldn't have had that bit of dialogue at the end. So it's pretty wild. There's at least 2 variations for every food call in the game. And some pieces of food have even more than 2. Got our first Keratan here. Paramedic should talk about the Keratan. I don't think she'll talk about this one because I think I need to be a bit closer to it in order for it to register as a call.
I see you found some Russian oyster mushrooms. The Russian oyster mushroom is an edible variety that belongs to the Shimeji family. It's known to be particularly rich in vitamin B1 and niacin. Apparently, it's usually found growing on tree stumps and hollow logs, so look there if you want to eat some.
Is this new game or NG+? NG+. Okay, let's continue. MGS2 Wicked Sabbath. It's the most punishing. And it has the hardest rules. Mainly due to the limited number of saves you have in MGS2 compared to all the others. The MGS2 Big Boss Run forces you to master large chunks of the game without any saves. The other ones are much more lenient. In MGS2, you're only allowed to save 8 times. MGS3, for example, allows you 25 saves. And it gives you more time as well, but it's really the saves that are the big factor, I think. I like the slow build in MGS3. In the other games, the previous games, you're introduced to guards right out of the gate. But in MGS3, it's a bit different. We're out in the wilderness. We have to deal with animals first before we get to the guards. We have these Gavials here. Got him. One hard press on the head. It'll be a one shot. But you can't pause the timer in MGS3, unlike MGS2. Pause the timer. I don't know. I don't know. Can you pause the timer in 2? That's not really going to help you out either way, you know. Pausing the game isn't that big of a deal. Pausing won't help you out too much. Unless you're like following a guide or something, and yeah, I don't know.
Not too bad.
It was tasty. I just want to see what Snake says about the Gavial.
I see you've captured an Indian gavial. The Indian gavial is a crocodile that originally lived in freshwater regions in India and Nepal.
Why are Indian crocodiles way out here?
They're captive crocodiles that were brought here for research purposes but escaped and became wild again. Indian gavials are large creatures. Adult males grow to over 6 meters in length. You'll never catch one alive, even if you use the tranquilizer gun.
I tried the meat. It was great.
Well, good for you. But be careful when capturing an Indian gavial. Normally they're cowardly creatures, but the ones in the forest there are belligerent. Apparently they attack humans.
What do you mean?
They weren't the direct subject of any serious research, but some think they may have become violent as a side effect of the atomic research that was conducted nearby.
Wicked Sabbath, thank you for the 2 months. Bad Humans, the 46. Thank you. Iconics, thank you as well for the 2 just now. Thank you for the 2. Cheers, everyone. Okay. Yeah, sometimes it'll be just a very slight difference. Like right there, when Snake said it tasted great, you know, it didn't really change all that much about the call. Sometimes it'll just be a minor difference. Sometimes it'll be more of a major difference. Oh! Put him to sleep. Usually when you shoot animals like this, you know, you get to stick them in a cage, take them with you, keep them alive. Maybe use them as a weapon against an enemy. But the gavials are a bit too big. Some grenades over here. Yeah, if you walk over him, you wake him up. There's one pretty cool thing you can do with the grenades here, with these gavials. So yeah, sometimes they open their mouths like that. Be careful here. Whoop. He's coming back. Get him! Not the most practical, but pretty cool. Oh, I'm on NG+, right? I should be able to get infinite grenades here, I think. If I started with I like MGS3 last time on this file. Hey. Yeah, so we're on NG+ here. I have some of the camos from the previous playthrough. Not all of them, but some of them. But we also have the DLC camos. Back in the day, this game had some DLC camo on PS2. Some of them are pretty interesting here. Anubis. Kind of like a variation on the tiger stripe. That one looks pretty nice. Camel. Do. Flower. Best. East Germany. This one, grenade. This one has a special function, like I was just alluding to. Yeah, just a stretched JPEG or something stuck to him here. Supposed to look like he's strapped with grenades. But I think this will give me infinite grenades, doesn't it? Yeah, see, look, infinite grenades. Oh! Almost got him in the mouth. He survived that. Wow. Yeah, I don't think we have all of the DLC camos in this, do we? Some of them were Japanese exclusive. It's a shame we didn't get all the Japanese ones in this for the HD release. At least I don't think we got them. Maybe we did. I think we're missing some of them. Mummy. This one has a special effect as well. This one is pretty cool, actually, because we're a mummy. We're covered in bandages. And this game has a cure system where you need to use bandages on yourself. So what this does is it prevents you from being injured. If you wear this, you won't receive any injuries and you won't need to cure yourself. Pretty OP. Pretty cool gimmick. Just like in real life. That's a pretty cool looking one. Rainbow. I wonder if this changes any of the scenes with Ocelot. Rock. Santa. Unfortunately, the Santa one doesn't have any unique effect or anything. I don't think, anyway. Swamp. Take that nest. If you're near the hornets, when you shoot the nest down, they'll attack you. You can just run away from them or use a cigar, smoke, and get rid of them. Another nice little touch. Got another suppressor here.
Snake, be careful of that swamp.
What's dangerous about it?
It's a bottomless swamp.
A bottomless swamp?
Yes. The mud in that swamp is highly viscous. It will stick to your body like tar. It will be impossible for you to swim. If you get swallowed by the bottomless swamp, you won't be able to escape on your own. Once you sink down to about head level, you'll be trapped for good. Make sure you get out before that happens.
Does the cigar kill you or leave you at 1 HP? Oh, I'm pretty sure it's just 1 HP, like the other games. I can't remember the last time I ran around at 1 HP with the cigar, though. But yeah, in the other games, they'll always bring you down to 1 HP, so I would say it's the same in this. My favorite camo, I really like the Hornet camo. The Pains camo, that's a lot of fun to fuck around with. The Fly camo is pretty funny too. Because you smell like shit wearing the Fly camo, guards will struggle to get close to you. And they have a pretty unique animation as well. They have a unique reaction to the Fly camo. Where you can kind of stun lock them and even stun lock groups of them with your shitty smell. We'll show that off a bit later.
If you have any questions about camouflage or CQC, ask the boss. The boss is frequent.
Yeah.
Everything in
With
that
the Pains camo, you
turned
can
into
tame
shit.
hornets and then send the hornets after the enemy. You can use the hornets as your own weapon. It's a really fun one to fuck around with. Pew with the 107 months. How's it going, Pew? How are you getting on your trip? Good to see you. I will not call on command, though. See Snake covered in this shit from the swamp here. One thing I'm looking forward to with Delta, seeing all of the new visuals. It looks like Snake can get pretty fucked up looking in Delta. You can get really covered in shit, scrapes and tears, and seeing all these visible injuries on his model should be pretty cool. Delta's coming out in August.
Major, I've spotted 2 enemy soldiers.
They're probably KGB troops sent to guard Sokolov.
AK-47s and grenades.
Snake, your presence in Soviet territory is already a violation of international law. We can't let the Kremlin find out that the CIA and the American government are involved. Contact with the enemy is strictly prohibited. Don't engage them in battle either. This is a stealth mission. Got that?
The Major is right. The point of this mission is to sneak through the jungle without being seen. The success of the mission depends on how well you use your camouflage. Change your camouflage by selecting Camouflage from the Survival Viewer. The Uniform option lets you pick your uniform, while the Face option lets you change your face paint. Choosing camouflage that blends in with your surroundings will help you conceal yourself more effectively. Also, don't forget that anything that moves will stand out in the jungle. If you just stand up and run around like an idiot, you're bound to be spotted. But if you crawl instead, you should be able to sneak by without being noticed. You can see how effective your camouflage is by looking at the Camo Index. The Camo Index shows how well your current camouflage blends in with the surrounding area. The higher the value, the harder you are to spot, and vice versa. The key is to make yourself one with nature. Keep that in mind as you go along, okay?
While that scene was happening, I just looked up all of the DLC camos in the other versions and what have you. Yeah, some of them are Japanese exclusive, which we don't see in this game. One of them is a hippie camo. Downloadable camouflage that dresses Snake in a similar fashion to a hippie. It had been designed by manga artist Takayuki Mizushina. Well, I'll see if I can get an image up on the stream later. That's funny, okay. Let's see, what are we doing here? We have our first area with guards here. Let's take out this guy first. Get out of my way. Gonna wake this guy up. I want something from this guy. Whoop. You get some interesting new movement for holdups in this. You can circle the enemy outside of first person.
Don't shoot me, please!
You can also hold them up. You can also hold them up when they're on the ground, like this.
Freeze!
Couldn't do that in MGS2. Shake.
Don't shoot me, please!
Scare him with some warning shots while he's on the ground. Come on, I know you have more.
Oh.
I know you have more. There you go. Yeah, we can put him to sleep. I wanted the magazine. Of course, the porn is the last thing he gives up. So let's put another dart in this guy as well. Wow. Up here, we can get a sniper rifle. It's kind of cool. You can amass quite an arsenal of weapons on the Virtuous mission. You can find a sniper rifle early. We can get an assault rifle later. Shotgun even in Razbet, I think. You can get most of the weapons in the game. But of course, it's too good to be true because the Virtuous mission ends early and then you're back to square one. And then it takes a long time to find the sniper rifle. Hold on. Equip the book. Stun grenades. It's time for a snack? No, I'm good. I'll wait till after the stream, I think. He was just waking up. We've another Keratin over here. I think we should be able to get the call with this one. Up on his throne there.
Hey, that's Keratin.
Huh?
Right there, see it?
Where?
Right in front of you.
This frog doll?
That's Keratin. Don't tell me you've never heard of him.
Is he famous or something?
Come on, everybody knows about Keratin.
Oh, okay. But what's this frog thing doing here?
Keratin.
Huh?
He's called Keratin.
Right, so what's this Keratin doing here?
He must be getting popular in the Soviet Union.
Here?
Not that you know anything about the magic of Keratin. On the other hand, you might be able to use Keratin's power to help you in your mission.
What did you have in mind?
Keratin cries when you shake him. If the enemy hears that, they might come to check it out. Maybe you could use it as a diversion. And I hear that if you find all of the Keratins and shake them, something good will happen. Try it out.
I actually don't know much about the origins of Keratin. Bad humans, can you tell me all about Keratin? Anyone else in chat know anything about the history of Keratin? I think Dim was posting before about like in some children's book or something. There was like a Keratin children's book. Let's shoot him. I think we can break him as well if we... Let me just switch to the Patriot here so I don't waste any ammo. Yeah, he's slowing down. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's dead. Do I have the Gakko outfit? I don't. That's okay. We'll get that later and we'll show that off later. Here, I think we can get another unique item. Hey, thermals. Now let's see if we can get a few funny calls. Publication with adult-oriented material, full of girly photos and interesting columns. Let's see what the boss has to say about this. I don't think there's a call about the dead frog. I could try and go back. I think she only has one call about it.
I see you've got yourself a Baltic hornet's nest. Baltic hornets are a variety of hornets that inhabit that area. The difference between them and other hornets is that they produce honey in their nests. Inside the nests are larvae, pupa, and adults. You can eat them all. In particular, the honey you find inside the nest is delicious and full of nutrients. It's easy to digest and helps pep you up when you're feeling tired. In short, it's the perfect survival food. Honey can also be used as a burn ointment. When honey is applied to a burn, it creates a protective coating over the skin. When you knock down a hornet's nest, a burn ointment will appear along with it, so don't forget to pick it up. Of course, the hornets aren't going to give up their nest without a fight. If you knock a nest down, a large swarm of hornets will come flying out, so be careful.
Camouflage is an indispensable tool when you're sneaking through the jungle. To use camouflage, first press the Start button to go to the Survival viewer. Then select Camouflage and press the Enter button. Select Uniform to select Battle Fatigues, and Face to select Face Paint. Choose battle fatigues that match the surrounding environment. The most effective camouflage is attained by selecting fatigues that blend in with the environment.
Yeah. Ezio, thank you for the 25.
Visibility is poor in the jungle, so you can only use Snake, did you take off your uniform?
Yeah,
What's the matter?
just needed to loosen up.
I know there's a naked option under Uniform in the camouflage window that lets you take off your uniform. But without a uniform on, your camo index will remain low, and you'll burn through your stamina more quickly. So stop acting like a fool and put some camouflage on now. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
What is that you have in your hands? Honestly, when did you start reading magazines like that? Didn't I teach you how to take care of business without having to rely on that sort of thing?
What?
Anyway, I'm sure some of the enemy grunts will find that sort of magazine as appealing as you seem to. Place it on the ground and you might be able to divert their attention.
Was that a part of the CQC training? Close quarters masturbation?
Are you smoking a cigar?
Uh-huh.
I don't approve of you smoking during a mission.
Hey, you used to smoke them.
Never mind what I did.
Oh.
But that being said, cigars can be useful in a number of different ways, like getting rid of leeches.
Did you say leeches?
Yes. If a leech clamps onto you, try pressing the lit end of a cigar into it. The leech should cringe and detach itself from you. If you try to yank it off by yourself, you run the risk of it leaving its teeth inside you. With the cigar method, you won't have that problem.
Fascinating.
And unlike a cigarette, a cigar burns slowly, so you can use it in place of a torch in dark places.
I never knew a cigar had so many different uses.
Now you know, but quit smoking them during the mission. Hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we get scolded a few times here from the boss. I think she also has a reaction to the tuxedo.
Snake,
What's up, boss?
don't you what's up me. Just what do you think you're doing?
What do you mean?
What do I mean? What is that camouflage you're wearing?
Oh, this. What do you think?
Of all the...
Looks pretty good on me, doesn't it?
Are you out of your mind? You can't wear that in battle. It's like saying to the enemy, hey, here I am, shoot me.
Well, I'll admit it is a little on the flashy side.
Then why don't you...
But it does look good on me, doesn't it? You don't think so?
Listen, wise ass, camouflage isn't gonna do jack if it doesn't help you blend in with your surroundings.
Well, I think it looks good on me.
Fine. Wear whatever you want.
Thought you'd like it.
All right, we can get another call about the tuxedo later with Sigint. He takes the boss's place as the weapons expert, camo expert. We'll get that a bit later. Let's go back to Tiger Stripe. Got our thermals, a camera. I don't think the boss talks about the camera. She should talk about thermals, I think.
I see you're wearing the tiger. Those things you're wearing, those are...
Thermal goggles. Some kind of electronic gadget that shows the distribution of heat sources in image form.
I know they're based on the same principle behind the FLIR system on gunships. But to think they actually made it small enough to carry with you.
They're not just making good rockets, huh? Never underestimate the power of Soviet science.
Tell me about it. In any case, those thermal goggles should allow you to easily see through enemy camouflage and spot traps. Just don't leave them on for too long, or you'll drain the batteries. I see you're not wearing any face paint. Selecting no...
Yeah. Okay, let's move on. Actually, hold on. I'll go back to the Keratin just to test. I'm pretty sure paramedic is done now with the Keratin. Let's see.
Keratin cries when you shake him. If the enemy hears that...
Yeah. Just another tutorial.
Keratin cries when you shake him. If the enemy hears that, they might come to check it out. Maybe you could use it as a diversion. And I hear that if you find all of the Keratons and shake them, something good will happen. Try it out.
Shake them? Why don't you want to tell me to just shoot them? That's what we need to do. Nice. So the cutscene tells you what to do here, and it really is the best strat here. If we take out this hornet's nest, it'll send this guy across the bridge. Now this guy kind of acts as a tumbleweed, and he'll pick up all the other guards in the area, and they'll join him. Now there's 3 of them. Now there's one more guy around the corner. See his exclamation mark? And then they all go running into the next area. And that's all the guards gone. However, they will come back. If you stick around in the same area for a bit longer, they will eventually come back. You get a little audio cue for when they decide to come back, to warn you. Oh! I don't think I'll be able to do this in time before they come back. impossible not to fall here. Is it possible to shoot the ropes? You can, yeah. Here they come. They're back. Here, you can't destroy the bridge entirely because you could soft lock yourself. I just want to see what happens here. I think they'll all still be able to come across. Whoa! Oh! Oh shit! Okay, he's stopping. Are these guys gonna stay here? Are they gonna go back? I'm not actually sure what they do here. Wow.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. The enemy is attacking from an unknown position. Begin the alert status.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
Huh? Who's that?
Unbelievable. Watch this.
This is HQ. Eliminating all enemies.
Nice! A triple! Oh, he stayed on! He stayed on again! Nice! Oh my god! I don't think I have any more ropes to shoot. Oh! Nice! It's a shame they can't just slip by themselves if they walk across a bridge that's off balance. You need to shoot a rope, even if it's just completely fucked. They can sprint across it. But it's still kind of funny.
Come in, HQ.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. We've lost the enemy. Enter high alert.
Acknowledged. The enemy is still nearby. Pursue and engage him.
Let me eat something here. Bum.
What can I say?
Bum. 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 I'm asking for too much. I'm not really asking, Billy. I'm just saying it'd be cool. I'm not incredibly disappointed that that isn't in the game. It's already pretty cool what you can do here. It's already impressive enough. Ba-da-da-bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Ga-dum, bum, bum. Hello. Take him out. Do soldiers have a special animation where they fall to death in the Sorrows River? I see what you're asking. No, I don't think so. I don't think fall deaths appear as a unique death in the Sorrows River. I could be wrong about that, but I don't ever recall seeing like ghosts falling. You can see ghosts running, and I think those are ghosts that you kill. Those are for guards that you kill while they were running. Even that I'm not so sure about, but yeah, sometimes you'll see the occasional running ghost. Ghost set on fire. Diddle-a-bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Ga-dum, bum, bum. Nice. Do you think we found every little detail in every MGS game? No, we always find new stuff. Oh, my bad. I was gonna pick him up. I wanted to see if he had any ammo. Nice. Drop down here. Okay. Bum ba dum ba doom ba dum ba doodle dum ba dum bum bum. Oh damn! Vertical. Let's take a look at the new weapon that we got. MGS4 is up after this, yeah. Our XM16E1, which has 3 types of firing modes. With the fully auto, 3 burst, and single shot. Cool, it has the camo pattern as well. Now I'm just thinking, what do I want to do here? I'm gonna go back and reset the area. Oh man, this bridge is gonna be a nightmare to cross now. Why did I do this? Easy does it. Do I think they'll include the co-op feature if Peace Walker ever gets ported? Man, I have no idea. No idea. I would say so, but I'm not basing it on much. My gut feeling would be yeah. Now, this is the HD collection. Let's do a few more of these optional calls. Zero still has a good few.
Snake, that region is inside the enemy's area of control.
I know. Time for the real deal.
The enemy is running regular patrols. You don't know when or where you might run into them. Use camouflage prudently and proceed with caution. Snake, camouflage uniforms alone are not enough. Snake?
Major, you said the enemy was KGB, right?
I did.
What unit are they from? The 6th Directorate?
No, the 9th Directorate.
The 9th?
Yes,
But I thought that was...
exactly. It's the unit that protects the Kremlin and provides bodyguards for high-level VIPs.
But they're assigned to protect party and government figures. I thought that only meant high-ranking officials and their families. And now they're being sent out to stand watch over a field exercise?
That's the idea.
What's really going on?
I don't know. What I do know is that the director of the 9th Directorate is a well-known protege of Khrushchev. The Premier may have wanted to assign this mission to someone he knew he could trust.
So he can't trust any other units?
Ever since the withdrawal from Cuba, Khrushchev's position has been getting weaker day by day. This secret test is an act of desperation by a cornered man. If nothing else, the completion of Sokolov's new weapon in this test should help re-establish Khrushchev's authority in Moscow.
So what you're saying is, there's also a good chance that whoever doesn't want to see that happen is going to try and interfere.
Most likely, Khrushchev must have anticipated this and sent his most loyal unit, his trump card, to make sure that all goes well. Snake, aiming your gun during first-person view is a bit different from what you're used to in training.
When you aim your handgun in first-person view, align the front sight and the rear sight of the gun with the target, then fire.
No laser sight?
What?
A laser sight. I heard the military was developing them, but...
You want a laser sight? A well-trained soldier has no use for a laser sight. No training wheels on this mission, Snake. For the assault rifle and certain other weapons, pressing the weapon button will first ready the gun for shooting from the hip. If you're in a close quarters fight or other situation that requires immediate action, fire from that position. Observe where your shots are hitting and correct your aim accordingly.
I understand, but that doesn't sound too accurate.
Of course not. So when you require pinpoint targeting, like when firing from afar or sniping, hold the aim button to aim. Carefully align your front and rear sights to concentrate fire and gain a sharper view on your target.
When they refer to training, are they referring to the previous MGS games? Yeah, I was saying that earlier. It's very much like in MGS2, when the Colonel refers to your previous VR training. And they're introducing new mechanics and things that you couldn't do in the previous games.
In the 2 years since Sokolov's asylum operation, I've spent all my time making preparations. And now is the time to show some results. Fox is a next-generation espionage organization designed to update us for 21st century operations that I propose to the CIA. Fox sends individuals who excel in espionage and special tactics on solo sneaking missions like this one. A next-generation unit that combines the skills of Special Forces units like the SAS and Green Berets with the know-how of an infiltration and espionage unit.
Military politics never was my strong suit.
What I'm trying to say is stealth. This is a stealth mission, crucial to the coming Cold War. The CIA director has always frowned upon Fox, and if this mission succeeds, Fox will be added to the CIA as an official unit. I intend to make Fox the leader in special operations. And to that end, this mission must succeed.
Right.
I'm counting on you, Snake. Snake, the Soviet troops are not your only enemies.
How do you mean,
Nature.
boss?
Poisonous snakes, scorpions, crocodiles, hornets. There are dozens of dangerous life forms living in Selino-Yarsk. There are even poisonous mushrooms and frogs, and other plants and animals that you must not eat. In order to survive in nature, you have to know nature.
Paramedic has information on the flora and fauna in each area. Ask her for the details. Snake, I don't recommend... Snake, there are other ways to recover your stamina.
Yeah.
In most areas outdoors, you'll...
Major, tell me about Sokolov's past work.
I assume you already know that Sokolov was the developer of the multi-engine cluster. The multi-engine cluster is exactly that, a system for fitting a single rocket with multiple engines. The Vostok rocket, for instance, had 32 engines. With the technology they had, it was difficult for the Soviets to develop large engines with massive thrust. So instead, they decided to focus on using multiple smaller engines to achieve the desired thrust. With this method, though, maintaining the fuel balance between the various engines was a major problem. Sokolov was the man who provided the solution.
And that's what earned him the job as the head of the design bureau?
Apparently so.
So this secret weapon is some kind of ballistic device?
That's my best guess. We don't know for sure, but...
You'll find out soon. As soon as I get Sokolov out of here.
I'm counting on you. With an equipped weapon in overhead view, the degree to which you move... Part of your mission is to demonstrate to the brass the core concepts behind Fox. Leave no evidence. That's the essence of Fox. And avoid engagement with the enemy.
Understood.
Not only that, I mean leave nothing behind, including weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, even bodily waste.
Yeah. When I do my business, I bury it good.
What?
What's wrong?
That's the American way.
American way for what?
To handle defecation. You're gonna bury it?
Yeah.
Bring it home with you.
What?
That's what we did in SAS. The US Army is sloppy. They do things well, but not perfectly. Here in Fox, we're doing things my way. Got it?
Yes, sir.
And here's the perfect setup for the Skullface mechanics in Delta. Do it. Implement it.
Snake, if you step in any water or mud, your feet will get wet. If you walk like that, you'll leave footprints behind and the enemy may follow them straight to you. Try to avoid walking through any water or mud as much as possible. However, if your feet do get wet, just crawl to avoid leaving... Equip food... Snake, the Mark 22 is a tranquilizer gun. Use it to put enemies to sleep without harming them. The speed with...
Major, didn't you say that the boss was in the SAS with you?
Yes, we formed the 22nd SAS Regiment together. When the SAS, the British Special Air Service, was first established, they invited the boss on board as a special advisor. In fact, you might say it was the boss who put together Rayforce and L Detachment, which laid the groundwork for today's SAS. You won't find her name in the history books, but her contributions were many and great.
Yeah, the real heroes are never made public.
Not in our line of work, anyway. The dummy run on Heliopolis and the nighttime raids on German air bases in North Africa were her idea as well. Yes, she was always one step ahead of the rest of us, both in thought and action. It's true what they say. Who dares wins.
The motto of the SAS.
Precisely. The motto itself is a tribute to her service. Needless to say, the SAS has become a model for special forces units all over the world. In that sense, the boss really is the mother of special forces.
So here you see in this call that I unlocked a new little image for Zero. The more of these optional calls you do, the more of these slides you unlock. Most characters have 7 in total. With the boss, you only get 1 extra because she isn't around for very long. But yeah, you'll get more information on the characters, little bits of trivia like, you know, the actors, motion capture actors, stuff like that. You'll learn about the character's favorite food and things like that. But yeah, unfortunately on the Virtuous mission, you have to sift through a lot of these tutorials to get to the good stuff. It can be a bit tedious and it can take a bit of time. With Zero especially. He has so many worthwhile optional calls, but they're just kind of buried within the tutorials.
Snake, let me explain the enemy's various states of alert. First of all, there's the state in which the enemy in that area does...
Is there a specific number? I'm not sure. There probably is. They don't even have to be new calls. You can just keep repeatedly getting the same... You can just keep getting the same couple of calls, and eventually you'll unlock a new image. It probably is set to a certain number, but I'm not sure what. Or if it's the same for each character.
After you've grabbed an enemy from behind with CQC, you can interrogate him by pressing the left stick. This is an opportunity to gain intelligence. Some of your enemies have valuable information, so give the technique a try and see what you can learn.
Interrogations. Yeah, we haven't done any of those yet. I'll have to do that. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying the MGS3 Pocket Fix. I'm having a good time. Although I am starting to get pretty tired now, but that's okay. DRK will be here soon enough.
Press the crawl button during a run to commence a roll. For a brief interval, you'll perform a jump which can be used to knock down enemies. In contrast to the training you've done so far, you can use rolling to jump waist-high objects. However, remember that rolling consumes more stamina than standard running.
Guards noticing my footprints. It would have to be a specific area, right? With like a swamp or something.
Snake, remember that the suppressor is a limited commodity.
I know. No suppressor lasts forever.
Exactly. When the suppressor's durability wears away, it breaks beyond repair. See the weapon icon to check the suppressor's present level of durability. Remove the suppressor.
Yeah.
Major, what about my code name?
You mean Naked Snake?
Yeah, what does it mean?
It's because snakes slither through the grass unnoticed to those around them.
No, I mean the naked part.
It means without embellishment, devoid of a specified quality. In other words, basic.
Why's that my code name?
Because you're basic.
I explained that the Virtuous mission is designed to test the effectiveness of Fox, right?
Right.
And the procedure used for this mission will represent the modus operandi of Fox for future missions. In other words...
The essence of Fox. Naked and pure.
Exactly. And there's the fact that you went in practically naked. No weapons, no equipment.
I see. Means more than I realized.
Yes, clever, isn't it? But don't leave yourself naked to the enemy.
Roger that.
It's an interesting little call. At the start of the game, in the first mandatory call, Snake asks about his code name, and Zero responds saying that he'll tell him about it when the time is right. But you'll only ever learn about it in this optional call. So it's actually very easy to miss this, where they explain the meaning behind the name Naked Snake. Very much ties in with the concept of the Cobra unit as well. He says here, naked means devoid of any specific quality, naked and pure. And the Cobra unit are obviously all about their very specific qualities. Ties in nicely with Volgan's dialogue later on the bridge, you know, when he says to the boss, who is he? Is he coming with us? And the boss says, no, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
Snake, certain enemy soldiers are equipped with radios. These signalers can use their radios to transmit information to and from the command headquarters. If a signaler realizes your presence, you can bet he'll be on the horn calling backup from headquarters. After headquarters receives the call for backup, they contact a nearby unit and order them to head over to give support. Once backup arrives, your enemies will outnumber you beyond hope for victory. It'll be too much for even you to handle. If you notice a signaler making a call for backup with his radio, take him out before he has the chance. If the call gets...
Yeah.
It's possible to destroy the radio that enemy correspondents use. If you must get involved in a fight, destroying the radio first will allow you to... Snake, this operation is a sneaking mission. You'll be doing your job right under the enemy's nose. In the event that you're spotted by an enemy, disable him before he can alert nearby soldiers. Snake, I recommend against leaving the bot... Snake, Snake, I've completed the double check on the Fulton recovery system.
Any problems?
None. Leave your recovery to us.
Excellent.
I suppose I should explain the procedure once more before the actual maneuver.
No.
I see. Well, the Fulton recovery system allows for rapid recovery of personnel from enemy territory. And it's perfect for these kinds of special operations. Basically, how it works is the plane flies by and snags a nylon lift line that the soldier has grabbed onto, and that's been elevated by a balloon. The Fulton recovery system was first designed in the 1940s as a method of picking up mail for the American Postal Service. During the Korean War, that system was redesigned to recover personnel. JAC, an ancillary organization to the CIA. Yes, good old JAC. It stands for Joint Advisory Commission Korea. Isn't that something? So, JAC first used the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system to extract agents from North Korea and mainland China. Let's go over the procedure once more, to be on the safe side. First, the plane drops a canister about the size of a coffin to you. Inside, you'll find a balloon, a 1,500-foot cable, and a harness that attaches to your suit. Take the items out, attach the line to your suit, fill the balloon with helium, and send the line up. The plane will approach at 125 miles per hour. Snag
He's
the cable
drifting.
just below the balloon with a hook on the nose of the aircraft.
He's
and
gone.
whisk you away. Assuming the pickup is successful, you'll be reeled in with a winch and pulled to safety into the rear of the aircraft. Got it? Snake,
Yeah, I got it. I got it real good.
were you listening?
Yeah.
All right then.
Fulton recovery, eh? Maybe they could turn that into a mechanic.
You can get inside trees that are hollowed out from decay. Snake,
My god, he has so many calls. He still has a couple more left.
in the... Move the right... If you have... By... You did an excellent halo jump.
Not really. I didn't land in the right spot. A jumper who lost his pack on the first real Halo jump. That'll make a good story for you.
Who cares? There are no records of your operations.
I know, but...
What, you're embarrassed?
No, I'm not embarrassed.
It's the boss, isn't it?
What about the boss?
Nothing, paramedic.
Doesn't sound like nothing.
Nothing to do with the boss, I mean.
It has something to do with the boss, but you don't want to say so.
Yeah, kinda.
I understand, Snake.
The boss has done a lot of work on the military study of halo jumps. And Snake here wanted to give a perfect performance on the first real jump, you know, to show respect to the mother of the technique.
Major!
Snake, I thought you were over and out.
Wow, is that right?
You got something to say.
No,
I bet you do.
not really. I just think it's kind of sweet of you to think like that.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or an insult.
It's a compliment, Snake. So tell me, is it true?
What?
Not that. Is it true that the boss really worked on research for Halo jumps?
Oh, that.
Yes, it's true. Halo
Yes.
stands for High Altitude Low Opening. It's a jump technique developed for covert insertions into enemy territory, just like the area you're in. A plane flies at 10,000 feet or above to avoid detection by ground forces, and the jumper free falls until he's within 1,000-foot altitude above the target area, when he finally opens his chute. By using this technique, the chances of revealing the parachute landing to the enemy are marginal. The Halo technique was originally developed in France. This was partly due to popularity of parachuting as a sport since the end of World War II. And the boss was an instructor for the research that was carried out there. In 1957, at the JFK Special Operations Center at Fort Bragg, the boss was invited to instruct at the first ever US military Halo school. Of course, none of this is on the record, but she's the mother of modern-day special forces.
I love those moments where you can hear them talking behind Snake's back, or when they think they're talking behind Snake's back. You get that a few times in this. It's especially good with Sigint. You've seen how gullible he is. Maybe it's all in his mind. Should we let him keep believing it? Sounds good to me. He's so casual. Okay, I think we can leave the calls there with Zero. He does have at least one more, but we can get that on Operation Snake Eater. Pretty much all of these are exclusive to the Virtuous mission. That's why we need to stop and spend a bit of time here. Let me just reload the area so this saves. Let's do another save call as well.
Do you want to save? Snake, do you know the creature from the Black Lagoon?
Nope, never heard of it.
These scientists are investigating a place deep in the Amazon called the Black Lagoon, and they get picked off one after the other by this fishman thing. And there was this scene when the heroine is going for a swim, and the creature sneaks up on her from underwater. Oh, I thought my heart was going to stop. I mean, of course, the 3D effects in It Came from Outer Space were a lot more intense, but...
It wouldn't be referring to you coming from outer space, would it?
How rude! Why do you say that?
Because no one on Earth could be as charming as you.
Fine. I'll just get to the point, Snake. Be careful of what's around you when you're in the water. Just imagining you swimming in those jungle rivers makes me think of you being attacked by a fishman.
I appreciate the concern.
Fishmen aren't the only things that'll attack you in the water. Really be careful out there.
Okay.
And don't be attacking any pretty girls going for a swim, either.
Are you calling me a fish man?
You started it.
All right. Let me see. What else will we do? We have some calls to do for the boss.
Normally, you would ask a fellow soldier how well you're camouflaged. In my day, I did my share of sneaking into enemy territory.
You mean since World War II?
Yeah, mostly snatch missions.
Snatch mission. That's where you abduct an enemy officer without killing him, right?
Right. That's where I got the original idea for CQC. In a snatch mission, taking out the target's escorts by shooting them is not an option. If the enemy hears the gunshot, they'll know there's an intruder and tighten security. And the target will sense danger and try to get away.
You needed a way to take out the guards and secure the target without making a sound.
That was the idea. The CQC style that you and I developed is based on the techniques I cultivated during those missions. So...
First time I've heard this.
Huh?
You've never told me any of this before.
I didn't?
No. Why?
Hmm.
Why didn't you tell me this before? Why now?
I have my reasons.
It's another interesting one. What's going on there? Does she think that she might be spending her last moments with Snake here? Opening up in ways that she wouldn't do before? She knows what's gonna happen. Like someone on their deathbed.
This is a solo sneaking mission. There's no one out there to support you. You'll need to be more than just a soldier. You'll have to be a medic, a pilot, and even a cook.
You don't need to remind me.
I'm glad to hear that.
Glad to hear what?
That you haven't changed a bit. The truth is, you're nervous, aren't you?
I'm not nervous.
There's no need to be embarrassed. No one's ever attempted a mission like this before. In fact, you might say that getting nervous is the natural way to react. Relax. That's why you have the survival viewer. The survival viewer contains everything you'll need to stay alive in the field. Use camouflage to change your camouflage, backpack to select a weapon, food to eat, and cure to heal yourself. The map option lets you view the map, and the options function lets you change the settings to suit your individual style. The survival viewer is going to be your best friend in this mission, so learn to make the most of it.
Alright, thank you. As someone asked why I'm in the future, MGS is why I'm in the future. You were wondering about my save file, why it's 2029. It's because of the end, you know, fast forwarding time when I kill him with old age. Or when I fast forward in MGS2 to grow Snake's beard back. That's why. Let me see here. What did Safi pin here? I believe it's Sabin. Yeah, amazing. Who could have guessed? Man, I'm getting tired now. My brain is drifting. A couple more I want to get with the boss.
Choose battle fatigues that it takes more. Hunters have known about camouflage since ancient times. But it's only quite recently, since the 18th century, that it's been applied to military operations. The first camouflage introduced to the military was a solid colored uniform designed to blend in with the battlefield. It was really more of a protective coloring than true camouflage. Camouflage in the modern sense of the word wasn't introduced until the First World War. During that war, weapons such as aircraft, cannon, and warships were painted in camouflage colors. But it was almost never used to disguise individual soldiers. The widespread use of camouflage began in World War II. The Germans and the Russians in particular made active use of it in battle. Nowadays, with the Cold War raging, the Eastern Bloc has been hard at work developing all sorts of camouflage patterns. In the West, the French implemented it in their paratrooper corps, and SAS during the Wars of Independence in Indochina.
I never saw it used in Korea, though.
America has lagged behind other countries in incorporating camouflage. They're only just beginning to consider introducing it into certain units.
Why is that?
Apparently, there are those in the U.S. military who consider camouflage too passive a technique.
Morons.
You're telling me. But now more and more people are beginning to appreciate how useful and important camouflage can be. I'm sure the brass will see the light soon enough. To place a weapon on your... The sooner you find the enemy, the better you'll be... When you aim your handgun in first-person view, stalking is a in the jungle, it's absolutely crucial to keep your position. Select map. Keep in mind that your weapon. There is one weapon greater than any other in battle. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
What?
Do we have to go through this again?
Yes,
Will. An unflinching will to survive, no matter what.
exactly. The will to carry out your mission and return home alive will see you through even the most desperate of situations. It's the most potent weapon in your arsenal. Don't forget that, no matter what. Treetops, bushes, hollow logs. There are plenty of places in nature you can use to hide yourself. Search each area carefully in first-person view. Use nature to its fullest extent. You'll thank me later. If you want to survive in the jungle, you're going to need to hone all of your senses. An unnatural movement in the undergrowth, a tiny shadow peeking out through the trees in the distance. Always keep an eye out for any signs of the enemy's presence. Your sense of hearing is equally important. Visibility is poor in the jungle, so you've got to learn to pick up the enemy's presence from the sounds you hear around you. Always be listening for that one snap of a twig among the chirping of the birds and the babbling of the brooks. Your sense of smell is also important. Body odor, sweat, gunpowder, food. These faint smells wafting in the wind will tell you where the enemy...
No.
No?
I can't smell.
You? What now?
I can't smell.
Not at all.
Nope.
Not even a little bit.
Not a thing.
Oh. Well then, you'll just have to trust in your instincts as a gamer.
Oh no, what happened to Sabin? What did he do? I like this call here, because of course the player can see the game, they can hear the game, but we cannot smell the game. There were a couple of times where Kojima did want us to be able to smell the game as well, but he was never able to implement it. He was never allowed. In Snatcher, he wanted the disc to emit the smell of blood while you were investigating a crime scene. He wanted to like attach some substance to the disc, and when, you know, it would heat up when you got to a certain part of the game, and then it would start to smell. He wanted you to be able to smell the rotting bodies of the crime scenes. The rotting bodies in the crime scenes. And he wanted to do it with another game as well, but I can't remember what it was now. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I'm pretty sure he came back to that smell idea. Anything else for me, boss?
If you rapid fire the assault rifle, the recoil of the gun will cause your shots to stray from their intended targets. Firing from a crouched position or while lying on your stomach will...
It's quite a subtle smell. But you are killing snatchers, though, you know, so... Maybe the snatchers smelled a bit differently.
Even while hanging, you can fire your handgun with one arm. And if you're attacked during a
Oh
hanging
man, I'm
maneuver,
getting tired.
don't panic and claim the advantage. Equipment captured in the field often needs to be fixed or have its parts replaced before it can be used. But you won't need to worry about that in this mission.
Why's that?
Because your adversaries are highly trained professionals. They'll no doubt have made sure their reserve gear is in working condition.
So in other words, I can use the stuff I pick up right away?
Right. One more thing. When you pick up a new item, don't forget to read its description in the window.
Yeah. Okay, there's just one more call I think I want to get with paramedic, and then we're good to go. Then we can continue.
Snake, that area should be inhabited by tree frogs. The tree frog is a green frog that's found throughout Asia. It's arboreal, spending most of its time in shrubs and bushes. Use the tranquilizer gun to catch one alive. I bet you could scare an enemy good if you toss one at him. But the tree frogs that live in that jungle are a lot bigger than ordinary tree frogs.
They've got an appetite, huh?
You've got a one-track mind, don't you? But seriously, that is one theory. However, there are people who think it's a mutation caused by nuclear testing and waste from the research facility.
Do you think they're safe to eat?
Is that all you ever think about?
What else is there?
Lots.
Like what?
Like why a frog would get so big in the first place. Whether it's a temporary phenomenon created by a unique environment, or a permanent mark of evolution, or a product of the toxic waste coming out of the research facility. If it is the waste that's causing it, then it means humans are interfering with the ecosystem. It really makes you think about the changing relationship between...
This isn't interesting.
Oh, fine. Be that way.
So, how about it?
You mean, is it edible?
Yeah,
Well, I guess it's probably okay.
probably.
I don't know. The guide doesn't say anything.
Pretty useless guide, if you ask me.
Well, try one for dinner and you can help improve it.
All right, let me go back. I don't want to trigger the Siberian ink cap call. We can get a special version of that call later on. Want to be careful we don't trigger that with paramedic.
The gauge Snake, that area is inhabited by the giant anaconda. The giant anaconda is believed to be the largest snake in the world in terms of weight and diameter. It's not poisonous, but its large size makes it extremely powerful. They say it even eats crocodiles. Its only natural predator is man.
And snake.
And snake. The giant anaconda is a very large snake, but you should be able to capture it alive using the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So how does it taste?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
I'm glad I didn't disappoint you. So?
Well, the guide says it tastes all right.
Good. I'll have to try some.
What's your favorite fight, Storm? Ocelot?
Snake, that area is inhabited by magpies. Magpies are members of the crow family. They're distinguishable by their beautiful dark blue and white bodies and their long tails. Their favorite food is insects, but they'll also eat small fish, acorns, and fruit. They're omnivores, which means...
They'll eat anything.
Right, just like you, huh? If you use the tranquilizer gun, you should be able to capture magpies alive.
Okay. So how do they taste?
You always ask me that.
Naturally. So?
I've never heard of anybody actually eating a magpie, but I suppose there's no reason you couldn't.
You don't say.
Oh,
I want to see Snake eat the magpie in Delta. We need to actually see him eat all of these animals. Bite the head off the bird.
that area is home to the Sunda whistling thrush. The Sunda whistling thrush is a bird native to Java and Sumatra. It's distinguished by its large blue body and long beak. It really stands out in the forest. If you're aiming to catch one alive, use the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So...
How does it taste?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know.
The guide doesn't say. I guess there's no reason you couldn't eat them.
Oh, I see.
But it's nice and plump, so I'm sure it'd make a hearty meal.
That's a good point.
I don't think we need a mini game, but I just think it'd be cool if there was like some risk reward when it came to eating, where you actually saw him eat in real time in the game. And, you know, you actually had to find a safe place to eat. And if you were caught while eating, maybe it would just get rid of the food and you wouldn't get the benefit. You wouldn't regain any stamina and you would lose the food. I feel like that'd be quite immersive. And then you get caught by a guard. Like, oh shit, I'm in the middle of eating here. No, now I've lost my food. Gonna have like loads of different animations for all the different food that you eat. That'd be sick. There's no way that'll be in the game though. No, don't get your hopes up.
You should be able to find Siberian ink cap mushrooms growing in the
No!
The Siberian ink cap is a mushroom from the ink cap family. Its life cycle is transitory. As soon as the spores mature, the cap starts to turn black, liquefy, and melt away.
And that's why they call it an ink cap?
That's right. It doesn't really turn to liquid, but you get the idea. In its immature state, before it melts away, it's valued as a source of food. Just be sure not to eat them while you're drinking alcohol.
Why's that?
Ink caps contain coprin, which inhibits the function of aldehyde dehydrogenase. This prevents the body from breaking down alcohol, causing a buildup of acetaldehyde.
Meaning?
Meaning it will give you the hangover from hell.
Oh. Wait a minute.
What?
You think I'd drink alcohol in the middle of a mission?
Wouldn't you?
Hell no.
Well, I'm knocking a shot back now.
What?
What?
Just teasing you.
No.
Oh, come on. Where's your sense of humor?
I need a drink.
Yeah, I didn't want to trigger that Siberian ink cap call because we can get a more interesting variation on it later on in the game. The next area has a Siberian ink cap as well. I'd probably have to go back even further. Fuck it, let's do it. We can reload. Should I Alt 4? No. I'm playing this on PS3, by the way. Now, hopefully there's no Siberian ink cap back here. I think we should be good. In the swamp section. Wait, no, there's Siberian ink caps here, too. Is there Siberian ink caps in every fucking area here? Maybe I'll have to wait until Razbet. Maybe I'm good here. Okay, fuck it. Let's call her.
The gate. Eat food. Snake, that area is inhabited.
I'm on the Jeds tonight, Storm.
To eat. You should be able to find some.
You fucking bitch. Okay, let's go to Razbet. If let's say I find all the Siberian ink caps in the area and I just throw them away instead of eat them, let them despawn, will she still have the call about the Siberian ink cap? She probably does, right? Well, let's just go to Razbet and hopefully we'll be okay there. Maybe when DRK does this, he sacrifices the other call that she has. Oh, they respawn here. You just get the fly call and reset. Okay, I was wondering what you did. Yeah, that's what I should have done. I didn't even think of that. Okay, let's do that then. I guess there are ink caps in Razvet as well.
The gauge below your life gauge. You should be able to find Siberian ink cap mushrooms growing in that area. Eat. To eat. You'll find a...
Yabloko, yeah. Whatever, you can do the quack call later.
If you have any... Say, Snake, about that helmet and oxygen mask you took off right after you parachuted in?
Oh, those? Those are the helmet assembly and oxygen system assembly I used to make the Halo jump. The helmet is fitted with a
The
bayonet
boss goes
fastener
away?
that attaches to
You don't need the
oxygen
boss for the
mask.
fly call,
It's
though.
also got earphones and a boom mic.
I'm not interested in all that stuff.
So why did you bring it up?
It reminds me of something.
Reminds you of something.
Yeah.
The mask.
Yeah, but I can't remember what it is, and I can't stop thinking about it.
That's what you've been thinking about?
Yeah, every time I'm about to remember it, it slips away from me again. Don't you just hate that?
Mm-hmm.
I know I've seen it somewhere before. Any ideas?
How would I...
That's it!
What?
The fly!
The fly?
Yeah, it finally came to me. You look just like him. Oh, I feel better.
The fly?
From the movie, The Fly? You've never seen it?
No.
Jeez, where have you been? It's about this scientist who's conducting teleportation experiments when he gets mixed up with a fly and ends up with the fly's head attached to his body.
Never heard of it.
That's too bad. It's a good movie.
This isn't even the call that I want. It's when they talk about the Great Escape. That's the one that I really want here. But I guess there is that one too. I think they want the player to be thinking about Raiden's mask here. Maybe Raiden's mask and the Mantis mask. And then Paramedic takes it in a whole other direction.
Paramedic.
Hmm?
You said you like movies, right?
I love him.
About the Major's code name.
Major Tom?
Yeah. He sounded like he wasn't sure whether or not Tom was the name of the tunnel that worked in the Great Escape.
So I heard.
So was it?
Was it what?
Was Tom really the name of the tunnel that worked?
Right?
So it was Tom.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
Why should I know?
You watch a lot of movies, don't you?
Yeah?
But you've never seen The Great Escape.
No.
Why not?
It didn't look interesting.
You don't watch movies that don't look interesting.
That's right.
And yet you've seen The Fly.
The Fly looked interesting. And it was. Something wrong.
Nothing. Tell me, what other kind of movies do you like?
Let's see. There's the Quartermass Experiment, and It Conquered the World, and Earth versus the Spider. Oh, and Mondo Kane. Did I say something weird?
Forget it.
As you can see, the HD collection is fucked there. You get random French subtitles out of nowhere. That should not happen. Okay, that will reset so we can get the Siberian Incap call later. Well, DRK will be here for that. Okay, let's head through to Razvet.
Major, I've reached the abandoned factory where Sokolov is supposedly being held. This place is a dump. I can't see Sokolov from here. The security is pretty tight. There are sentries posted around the perimeter. I wonder how many are inside.
Your objective, Sokolov, is inside the factory. They should be holding him in a room in the northeast section.
Northeast section. Got it.
Be careful. Your mission is to bring Sokolov back alive. He must not be exposed to any kind of danger. Do not approach Sokolov while in the alert phase.
Right.
Oh, and one more thing, Snake.
You mean there's more?
No, it's just that when you get to Sokolov, I want you to tell him something from me.
And that is?
Sorry for being so late.
Is that all?
Yes.
Understood. Beginning my approach to the target.
All right, let's do it. Actually, before we do this, let's try and call the boss. Yeah, once we get to Razvet, no response. However, there is one other call we can get with the boss, which is pretty well hidden. But we'll try and do that a bit later. Now that we're in Razvet, let's go back again. This is another pretty well hidden call here too. Sometimes I forget about this one. Once you reach Razvet, if you decide to go all the way back again, oh god.
Who's that? Radio.
Who's that?
Bum, 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 bum. So now, if we go all the way back to Dramucci and call 0.
Snake, where are you going?
Oh,
Are you abandoning your mission?
absolutely not.
I didn't think so.
I didn't think you thought so.
Sokolov is back there in the factory. Head back north.
Roger.
And that's it. Oh, someone almost saw me again. Oh, oh, oh. Almost makes me think of the ocelots later.
Can't complain.
All right, Razvet for real this time. Take him out first. Then him. Then him. Now I should be able to just run through here, I think. Whoa. Ole, how's it going? There's a shotgun as well here, isn't there? I don't always pick this up, but... Yeah, you can get the M37 here as well. Man, it's crazy the arsenal of weapons you can get here on the Virtuous mission. The SVD, the M37, the M16. Thermal goggles. They really let you play around with everything before they take it all away from you again for Operation Snake Eater. They kind of give you a little taste of everything. Any new ball songs? No. I feel like I've been fairly light on the ball songs in general lately. Oh yeah, there was one guy that I left. Oh, I thought squares would be better here. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, the weapons don't affect movement speed in this. Maybe the M60 does? I don't think it does, though. I think MGS4 was the first to do all that stuff. Gonna get spotted here. Are you the last guy? What? Oh, he woke up. It's a shame I lost all my SBD ammo earlier. Oh, I didn't mean to stand up.
HQ, please respond.
Another thing you could do here is scare Sokolov. What? Ba-dum-bum-bum. Yeah, we're just gonna go guns blazing. Oh my god. I know what I'm gonna do. I know how we can reset this situation.
Snake, what have you done? You changed the future. You created a time paradox.
That's what I was gonna do here anyway. Although, wait, we still need to throw in some animals and stuff, don't we? I'm getting tired here. I'm forgetting what I want to be doing. Look out his radio. Do you know that the Patriot is not actually a cheat weapon in this game? Now, in the previous games, you have like the bandana, stealth camo. They're classed as cheat weapons. You can't get big boss rank. In MGS3, you can get Foxhound rank with the Patriot. And you can lethally kill certain bosses and still get the rank, as long as the character doesn't die. Like with the first Ocelot fight, you can lethally kill Ocelot and still maintain the rank. It doesn't count as a kill. What's my favorite secret in MGS3? Ooh. I don't know. Vampire minigame? Yeah, the Dream is a pretty good one. Ooh, the Rykov bathroom Easter egg? Yeah, that's a crazy one. In terms of, like, what if the player does this in this situation kind of thing. Is what available in this version? The Nightmare? No, the Nightmare is not, unfortunately. But I'm sure DRK will show it later. He'll probably switch over to play another version of the game. Why am I killing them? Just so I can chill. I could have held them up, but in a playthrough like this, we can fuck around and just get a bit messy. I want there to be ghosts as well for the Sorrow sequence. It's nice to have a lot of ghosts for story playthroughs. So you can see the different types of ghosts and all of that. Why did this window not break before? That was wild.
Please stop.
I think he has a unique reaction to magazines as well. We throw a snake in.
Get it off me! Get it off me! What's going on?
If you use the camera to try and look inside here, it's kind of funny because Sokolov is not in there. Because normally, with the original camera, you can't actually see in all the way. They didn't account for the new Subsistence fully controllable camera. Another thing we can do. Normally, if we approach Sokolov's room here, the cutscene triggers, and then, you know, so on, you get the next sequence with Sokolov. But if we put on the mask, this is what happens. No cutscene. What's going on?
Volkan sent you, didn't he? Go away.
Snake, when you meet Sokolov, don't go in wearing that mask.
Why?
He won't like it.
Won't like it?
No.
Why not?
Just trust me, he won't.
Yeah.
You'll need Sokolov's full cooperation to complete this mission successfully. Don't do anything to make him lose confidence in you. When you go in to meet Sokolov, make sure you remove your disguise. Got it?
So here we start the whole Rykov arc, where all the characters hate Rykov. This is all a reaction to the MGS2 backlash and all the people that complained about Rykov.
I will never give it to you.
Or Raiden, rather.
Away from me.
Yeah, I guess Sokolov played MGS2. Wasn't a fan.
Snake, when you meet Sokolov, don't go in wearing that mask. You'll need Sokolov's full cooperation to complete this mission successfully. Don't do anything to make him lose confidence in you. When you go in to meet Sokolov, make sure you remove your disguise. Got it?
Almost forgot. We still need to get the boss call. Let's see if we can get it here. Usually I get it in the bridge area, but I think it's possible to trigger here. It's kind of awkward. Huh. Okay, I'll go back. Let me just try one more time here. Does it trigger after several tries? Sometimes it will, yeah. Sometimes you'll get it first try. It's very random. It doesn't trigger after several tries? Will it always be the first one? I thought you could trigger it that way as well. So if you don't get it first try, you are better off just closing the radio, opening it again. I could have sworn I got it before after a few attempts. You either have to close the radio and reopen it or call someone and then try again. Okay. I'll take your word for it. You were the... I learned about this from you. Damn. You're curious about the dialogue? Turn your volume up because it's going to be hard to hear the dialogue. I'm going to turn my volume up as well. Pocket Fix, thank you for the 26.
Boss?
I still couldn't hear it. What you're supposed to be hearing there is the sorrow. Yeah, you just hear this static and then this faint, ghostly voice on the other side, which is the sorrow. And I'm not sure what the dialogue is supposed to be, but yeah. I think maybe in Japanese it's a bit clearer. Can you remember what the dialogue is, Bad Humans? I can never make it out. But yeah, very well hidden call. And now I think these guys are going to be back again, aren't they? No, they're not. Am I certain there are words in that? I'm certain that there are supposed to be words in that. In Japanese, it's sad, so sad. Yeah, have you been able to make it out in English, Bad Humans? I really need to go back and listen to the VOD. See if I can hear it.
Can't complain. You must be Sokolov.
Are you one of Volgin's men? You'll never get it from me.
No. I'm a CIA agent. I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain.
You're CIA?
Yeah. I was sent by Major Zero, the man who got you out 2 years ago.
Zero?
I have a message from him.
What is it?
He said to tell you sorry for being so late.
Did he now?
What does it mean?
It means he's a man of his word. But we've got no time for this. You have to get me out of here before they arrive.
Who's they?
Colonel Volgin of Gru. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt? Never heard of him.
He's a member of the Army's extremist faction, a man who seeks to seize control of the motherland. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis 2 years ago, Khrushchev has been pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. Despite resistance and criticism from hawks in the Army and the provincial authorities, Khrushchev has managed to suppress the opposition so far. But the failure of his agricultural policies has put him in a precarious position. And on top of that, the tragedy last November.
President Kennedy's assassination.
Precisely. In a sense, Khrushchev has lost his biggest partner, and his power base is rapidly crumbling away. A certain group is plotting to use this opportunity to seize power by rallying the anti-government forces, overthrowing Khrushchev, and installing Brezhnev and Kosygin in his place. The mastermind behind this plot is Colonel Volgin of the GRU. He has control over another secret weapons research facility much like this one, OKB-812, known as the Granin Design Bureau, and is using it to further his plans. But that is not enough to satisfy him. Now he's plotting to seize the secret weapon I have been developing here and use it as leverage in his bid for power. The intelligence says that they are going to make their move during the test.
Then, the soldiers outside.
Exactly. They wouldn't need that many men just to keep me inside. Their orders were to prevent Colonel Volgin from capturing me. Even if it meant killing me in the process, or so it would seem. Volgin will come. I'm sure of it. You must get me out of here before then.
Leave it to me.
By the way, your Russian is superb. Where did you learn to speak it?
From my mentor.
Is that so? America is truly a frightening country.
Having second thoughts?
No. I have no love for this place. Let's go.
Major, This is Snake. Sokolov is safe with me. He's doing fine. No injuries.
Good work, Snake. Now hurry up and get Sokolov to the recovery point. We'll rendezvous with you there.
Roger.
What about the sentries?
I had to kill them. There was no other way. But no one will know we were involved.
I see.
What about the boss?
We lost contact with the boss some time ago.
What happened?
It's probably just a weak signal. Just hurry and get Sokolov out of there.
Freeze!
So this is the legendary boss.
Huh?
Huh? We meet at last.
You're from the Ocelot unit of Spetsnaz.
Huh.
What's a GRU soldier doing here?
Soldier?
He's the Ocelot commander.
Ha! That's Major Ocelot to you. And don't you forget it.
Sokolov is ours. Now get out of here.
And Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
I can't say it feels good to kill a comrade, even if it is for the GRU.
Sokolov, take cover.
Huh. You're not the boss, are you?
GRU operatives?
What is that stance? Huh. That gun. If you're not the boss, then die.
Major! Leave it! Shoot the other one! Whoa!
I'm afraid it's been 9 years.
Impossible. You ejected the first bullet by hand, didn't you? I see what you were trying to do, but testing a technique you've only heard about in the middle of battle wasn't very smart. You were asking to have your gun jam on you. Besides, I don't think you're cut out for an automatic in the first place. You tend to twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique.
You filthy American dog!
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
Pretty good.
Major, do you read me?
I read you. Snake, you all right?
I've run into a few snags. These guys were after Sokolov too. Apparently they were taking orders from a GRU colonel named Volgan.
A GRU colonel?
Part of an internal Soviet power struggle, according to Sokolov. Something between the KGB and GRU. Between Khrushchev's supporters and Volgan's.
Sokolov was being guarded by the KGB and hunted by GRU? Snake, it sounds like this could be even hotter than Cuba.
I don't like it. Something about the whole thing stinks.
I agree. You'd better hurry.
Sokolov ran off by himself, but I'll catch up to him.
We're counting on you.
All right, we're back. Bad humans. What happened? You game over it in Dr. Mario? Sad, so sad. Yeah, I wonder what the deal is with that dialogue. Either way, it's a cool detail. So here we have Ocelot and his buddies here. We can shake him down, see what he's carrying. A mousetrap. Do you get it? Do you get it? Because an ocelot is a type of cat. And cats, what do? They catch mice. And what does Ocelot like to do? He likes to set people up. He's always scheming. Setting traps. Deceiving.
a time paradox.
They sleep. Yeah, he's sleeping here too. Can we get other kernel reactions here? I can't remember.
Snake, you can't do that. The future will change. You'll create a time paradox. Snake, what have you done? You changed the future. You've created a time paradox.
Okay, there are a couple of variations. One more.
Snake, what have you done? You changed the future. You've created a time paradox.
How far can you drag his corpse? Jesus, is this something we really need to test? You can probably drag it to the next loading area, right? You can't drag bodies normally from one area to another anyway, so like, what's the point? We see if we can drag him outside at least, outside of this building. Yeah, we can drag him out.
Snake, what have you done? You changed the future. You've created a time paradox.
Does he drop camo? No. You can get a camo for tranquilizing him later during the boss fight. Yeah, animals camo. We can get another few calls here too.
Snake, stay alert. The KGB and GRU both have their sights set on Sokolov. GRU is a military espionage outfit, the intelligence wing of the Soviet Defense Ministry's General Staff Office. It competes with the KGB, which is under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the two are always watching each other.
Never let the left hand know what the right hand is doing.
Exactly. Now, added to that rivalry, there's a vicious power struggle going on between the Khrushchev faction and the anti-Khrushchev faction.
So Khrushchev is using the KGB, and Volgin and the anti-Khrushchev forces are using the GRU?
That's the idea. The two factions are fighting over Sokolov. We're in an extremely dangerous situation here.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Get Sokolov out of there safely. He must not be turned over to the KGB or to the GRU. Sokolov took off in the direction of the rope bridge. Get after him. Hurry!
Major, have you been able to contact the boss?
No. What about you?
No good. You really think it's bad reception?
We're looking into it.
Major.
Snake, you've got more important things to worry about than contacting the boss. Right now, Sokolov is out there wandering around the jungle alone. What are you going to do if he gets caught by the enemy? We're still looking into why we lost contact with the boss. I'll let you know as soon as we find anything out. In the meantime, it's your job to find Sokolov and get him to safety. Got it?
Major, do you know anything about this GRU colonel Sokolov was talking about?
Yes.
Who is he?
A most dangerous man indeed. His name is Yevgeny Borisovich Volgin. His code name in the West is Thunderbolt. He's gained a reputation as the most brutal
Yevgeny! Where is Yevgeny?
During the war, Volgin was assigned to the domestic branch of the NKVD. He was stationed in the rear of the Soviet line to catch and punish any troops who tried to retreat or desert. He's also notorious for his accomplishments in anti-guerrilla operations in the Ukraine and the Baltic states. Apparently, he likes to boast that he disposed of over 100,000 anti-communists. We also know that he was instrumental in putting down the 1953 insurrection in East Germany and the 1956 uprising in Hungary. He is truly a fearsome man. There's no telling what he might be plotting. Be careful.
I will. Major, what's this Granin Design Bureau Sokolov was talking about?
OKB 812. It's the same type of top-secret facility as Sokolov's own OKB 754. The director is a man by the name of Alexander Leonovich Granin. He's Sokolov's arch-rival, and the two have competed fiercely against each other since the days of the war. To hear Sokolov tell it, though, the rivalry was really all in Granin's head. In any case, Granin seems to harbor an unusually intense hatred for Sokolov. Knowing that Sokolov was protected under the aegis of Khrushchev, Granin threw in his lot with Volgin, the vanguard of the anti-Khrushchev movement. Apparently, Granin meant to use the funds provided by these opposition forces in order to defeat his old foe. Volgin, for his part, was intrigued by the possibility of using the high-tech weapons Granin created in the fight against Khrushchev. Thus, the two formed an alliance, and Volgin took the Granin Design Bureau under his control.
But now Volgin's got his sights set on Sokolov.
Yes, it would seem that he and Granin aren't getting along so well after all. By the way, Snake, what were you doing back there?
Back where?
You were giving some kind of advice to a GRU commander, weren't you?
Yeah.
He's your enemy. What the hell were you thinking?
Really? What was all that about doing the thing with your hand on the first round or whatever?
Whenever he put a new clip in his gun, he'd always load the first round by hand, whether there was a round left in the chamber or not. It's a technique they teach in the Middle East. By making sure there's always a round in the chamber, you eliminate the risk of pulling the trigger with nothing to fire. He must have heard about it from someone or read it somewhere. In any case, he probably wanted to try it out for himself. And he was obviously motivated by vanity to show off his new technique. That's when you make mistakes. The battlefield is an unforgiving place. The only techniques you can rely on are the ones you've mastered through experience and practice.
Uh-huh. And what were you saying about him being more suited to revolvers?
When he fired, he was bending his elbow sharply to avoid the recoil. It looked like he wasn't aware he was doing it, but that habit can be either a fatal flaw or a gift.
What do you mean?
Automatic weapons use recoil to operate, so if you don't let the recoil hit you, it interferes with the operating cycle of the gun. Basically, he shouldn't be trying to avoid the impact like that. But with a revolver, there's no need to let the recoil hit you. Just the opposite. Avoiding the recoil lets you reduce the strain on your hand and arm. That kid might just be handy with a high-caliber revolver.
Handy? Are you listening to yourself?
What do you mean?
He's the enemy. Why are you giving him advice? Snake.
I don't know. For some reason, I couldn't help but point it out to him.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah.
All right. I always found the end of that call to be kind of mysterious and ambiguous. The way Snake reacts there, like he's confused himself. Why did I do that? Like, he sounds genuinely concerned. What was that? Is it alluding to the man that he's going to become later on down the line? When he becomes big boss, taking in all these outcasts? It also makes me think of how both characters have a unique connection to the boss. That maybe he can sense something of the boss in Ocelot. You know, they're both sons of the boss in different ways. Ocelot being the biological child. Maybe he can see something of her in him.
Press the action button when you're on top of a branch or in...
All right, let's keep going here.
You okay? Those men were from the Ocelot unit.
Spetsnaz?
Yes. The best crew has to offer. They're coming for me. I'm finished!
Calm down. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And we've got some of the best backup we could ask for.
Look.
That's what they were making you build?
Yes. The Shagohod. The treading behemoth. A tank capable of launching nuclear IRBMs.
It can launch nuclear missiles from that kind of terrain?
Oh, yes. And without support from friendly units.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo. Is that thing finished?
No. This is only the end of Phase 1. It won't be truly finished until we complete Phase 2.
Phase 2?
The weapon's true form. If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
The end of the Cold War?
Yes. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war?
I had no choice but to cooperate. I didn't want to die. I wanted to see my wife and child again in America. Please, take me to America, quickly. They cannot complete it without my help.
Got it. Let's go. Boss?
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
Hornets?
Oh shit!
My friends, let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back, boss.
Now that all 5 of us are together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself. It's raining blood. Is he crying?
Kuwabara, Kuwabara. Ah, what a joyful scene.
Colonel Vogan.
Welcome to my country. And to my unit.
Boss, what is this?
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Sokolov is a little gift from my new hosts.
Recoilless nuclear warheads. These will make a fine gift for me.
This can't be happening.
Who is he? Another one of your disciples? Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
What are you talking about?
Think you can pull the trigger?
He's seen my face. We can't let him live. If Khrushchev finds out about this, we're finished. He must die.
Wait. He's my apprentice. I'll take care of him. Jack, you can't come with us.
The new blood has been rejected. Are we done here?
Now, onto Sokolov's research facility.
Shagohod is ours.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
Snake, can you hear me?
Yeah. Just barely.
Snake, listen to me. You need emergency medical treatment. Can you move? You've got to get those wounds treated. Hang in there. All right, let's get you fixed up. Paramedic?
Okay, Snake. Just relax and it'll all be over before you know it. Stay with me. I've seen people in worse shape before. Think you can handle it?
Major. The boss. She's defected.
We'll talk about that later. First, we've got to get you patched up.
Okay, here we go. First, open the survival viewer with the start button. If you select cure, you can start the treatment. Healing is divided into treatment using medicine with the item window button and surgical treatment using the weapon window button. Your injuries include a fractured left elbow and rib bone, and lacerations on your upper arms, right elbow, and abdomen. They need to be fixed using surgical treatment. Move the healing cursor with the left stick to the affected part of your body. Once you've selected the affected area, hold the weapon window button and use the left stick to select the medical item, and then press the enter button. With this method, you can use items to help your recovery process. To treat a bone fracture, first secure the affected area with a fastener and then wrap it in bandages. That should do it. For lacerations, you'll need disinfectant to clean the wound, sutures to stitch it up, styptic to slow the flow of blood, and bandages to wrap the wound. If you do everything I mentioned, the wound should heal completely. Understood?
Yeah.
Stay with me. Go into the survival viewer and treat those wounds.
All right, let's do it. But first, let's take a look around, because we can actually see something pretty interesting here. 1 second. Yeah, if we turn the camera here, and let skeleton in the background, we'll actually get a better look at this skeleton later during the next cutscene, but it's kind of cool that you can see him here as well. That's the Sorrow. This is where the Sorrow was killed by the boss. And we just so happen to land here. If we switch back to the classic camera, we get this shot if we pull the camera back. It's kind of creepy looking from this angle, I think. Like we're seeing him reach out to him. In one of Kojima's old MGS3 commentaries, he actually has something pretty interesting to say about this scene where Snake drifts. What does he say here? Hold on, I think I have it here somewhere. Where he talks about Snake drifting downstream here. The boss's words, "Be carried away by the drift, I have no other choice but to stay." Those who have seen the ending, I think, should understand the meaning. It's because the boss herself couldn't follow the drift of the changing era, but must stay behind to complete the mission. Even in the end, when she tells Snake to kill her, it's the same message. Snake must continue down the path to follow the drift of the changing era, but she has to die and stay behind to complete her mission. Pretty nice. I think the game has some similar ideas with regards to the wind and the flow of the wind later. The drift of the wind, the drift of the stream. With Snake getting pulled along by the times. He's just a passenger. Anyway, let's heal up these wounds.
Good job, Snake.
We're coming to get you now. Just stay where you are. We'll drop a recovery balloon. Can you set it up?
Everything in that turd's path turned into shit.
Bisexual.
Scissors beats paper. You lose.
Excellent. A great success. Thanks to the boss and her cobras, I have both Sokolov and the Shagohod.
What are we going to do with the girl?
Who is she?
Apparently she's Sokolov's woman.
She's a nice catch. I'll take her. Not so fast, my dear. A kiss of death.
Are you KGB?
We may be able to use her.
Oh shit!
She has spunk.
Shall we take her back to the base?
Perhaps we should. We have no further use for Sokolov's research facility. I think it's time I gave this marvelous new toy a try.
Colonel, even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger.
You bastard!
It'll be our friend, the American defector.
You're going to nuke your fellow Russians?
Remember the Alamo.
Colonel!
Bisexual.
All right, guys. It's time to switch. I'm getting very tired here. I need some rest. I need some food. DRK is here. You know the drill. I'm going to save the game. Send the save over to DRK, and he'll be picking up right where we left off. So just give me a few minutes here, and I'll be right back. I'll play some music while you wait.
Oh shit!
Nope. You're gonna have